Hello. Hello, hello, hello. I hope you had a good weekend. Mine was pretty good. Had a lot of fun this weekend. Mainly because I was playing Baldur's Gate with my friend. So that was a lot of fun for me. But hello. So today we're back at it with some PGR again. And now we're gonna go through the main story for PGR. Now, I know I haven't done the Wanshi interlude and all that stuff. If I'm planning for this stream, what I'm planning is I go through the normal section for chapter 14. It doesn't seem like it's going to be too long. It's like the challenge goals are like split into 3 right here. I think that's the case for each of the chapters. Regardless, it doesn't seem like it might be too long, depending on the dialogue itself. But I was thinking after I go through this normal section of chapter 14, then if there's some extra time left, I'll do Wanshi's interlude. And after Wanshi's interlude, if there's still some time left, or if my throat isn't thrashed by then, I did take the liberty of going through each of the other interludes and unlocking their hidden nodes. And I didn't realize each of the interludes actually had a hidden node. And only a few of them that I had already unlocked, like alphas right here, I had unlocked before. But mostly everyone else I didn't unlock. I got Vera's unlocked in the past before. Same thing with Camus here, somehow. But everyone else, no. I haven't gotten their hiddens. Actually, no, I got Pulau's earlier, and I did hers. And Capriccio, I haven't even gotten to that patch yet, so. Alright. That's the plan for today. Give me a moment here. Okay. And as per usual with these PGR streams, I'm going to talk in a more softer, or I say softer tone, but I'm gonna try and not strain my voice too much, not speak too loudly and stuff like that. I gotta get the mic close to my frickin' mouth. Alrighty. Let's get to it then. Chapter 14. Game in a Cage. This one's focusing on Chrome. Ooh. Navigator. Here we go. Chapter 14. Imprisoned Sight. Overcoming countless adversities and witnessing just as many laid down their lives, the intrepid heroes continue to search for hope on this most harrowing journey. Most people did not know that this journey would be unworthy of adulation. From the moment they set forth, they were doomed to a life entangled in shadows. Reading this file enshrouded with deceit, the names of these heroes remain unknown. Perhaps we only survived because we knew nothing. Lucia swipes her battle log lost in thought, stopping at a location on Earth surrounded by ruins. On a wall of the ruins, she sees a mysterious piece of synthetic paper containing this excerpt from an unknown novel. This most harrowing journey. After completing their underground mission as City 75 and installing the bit domain nodes, Grey Raven had already returned to Babylonia for several days now. Which was back in Echo Aria. Okay. It's a good thing I reread through Echo Aria then. It's a good thing. However, Lucy remains in the preparation room, reviewing training material from the battle log database, only because their new mission had ordered them to remain here on standby. Although such respite is a luxury, the fact that everyone else is working double duty while only Grey Raven sits idly in the preparation room requires no further explanation. Seems like the decision to postpone the investigation on the Commandant's insubordination has to do with more pressing military concerns. Right. You have tried to apply for other missions and even spoke with previous contacts. Regardless, the response across the board was just take a few days off. We went against orders. An echo area. But even when the team tried to go out and enjoy this much needed R&R together, you were met with a sneaking suspicion. Whether it was the dubious behavior of people in the plaza or cameras following them as they passed by, they all silently stated the same fact. They were prisoners in a cage. Confirming this, you order everyone to return to the preparation room. The team had planned on discussing the current state of events in a more familiar setting, but upon returning to the preparation room after their brief outing, they found that the weapon reserves had miraculously disappeared. Only some basic equipment and daily necessities remained. Just as you go to ask the staff about the situation in the preparation room, you are escorted away and have yet to return. It's been almost 2 whole days now. Lucia looks at the clock on the bottom of the terminal, frowning slightly. We need to monitor memory replays caused by the corrupted mind beacon. This is what one of the unfamiliar personnel had said to her as they escorted you away. Lucia wants to accompany you, or at least keep an eye from a distance, but the personnel comes prepared. As soon as she opens her mouth, one of them suddenly drops a large stack of inspection reports and work certificates in front of her, the contents of which contain a series of stringent terms and warnings. Right as the unfamiliar personnel leave, Lee firmly clenches his fists. Did you see what was on the reports just now? Yeah. Not like I disagree with any of it. They're not trying to pull the wool over our eyes. They're just putting extra emphasis on some possibly dangerous symptoms. There's no need for more medical treatment without any signs of symptoms, but they are within reason to monitor the Commandant's condition. I'm not talking about the contents of the report. I meant the doctor's signature. Kugawa. Even though it's just a first name, I've seen his handwriting in the database. Kugawa had already joined Kurono as a doctor during the Great Evacuation. Now that Kurono is a part of Babylonia, he rarely makes his presence known. Even still, their bond is unbreakable. They carry over covert operations to this very day. Do you think him being assigned as the Commandant's doctor is a coincidence? If that's the case, there should still be a familiar face or two among the people that took the Commandant away. Not to mention, even if that wasn't the case, neither the President nor Celica gave us cause for alarm. That would mean something is prohibiting them from making a move for the time being. The plot thickens. Or as the Red Prince would say in Divinity, the plot thinnens. Lucia glances around the now slightly more spacious room, suppressing her worries deep within her heart. She returns her gaze to the yellow synthetic paper on the hollow screen. We only survived because we knew nothing. As she reads the passage silently, images from her battle with Alpha fill her mind. That was when you chose to trust her. That was when she saw fragments of Alpha's memory as their minds merged. That was when she finally saw her suppressed memories and the truth. The truth. She may have unlocked the deepest recesses of her memory, but that does not mean that she has been looking at the whole picture. Who has not experienced something like this? Even if you remember the entire conversation you had with someone, you have no way to peer into their heart to understand the true meaning behind their words. Even if you fully restore the many paintings of your memories, you have no way of knowing what lies beneath the thick layers of paint. As for the whole truth, she still remains uncertain. However, based on what Alpha said. Whether it's Luna or me, being chosen by the Ascension Network was just the starting point. The beginning. Quietly muttering to herself, she meticulously recalls the memory fragments that Alpha had left in her mind and attempts to place the puzzle pieces into her memory. Ever since I became a construct, I thought Luna was dead. She opens the notepad on the screen and organizes her thoughts while jotting down a few key words. I only recently found out that Luna is still alive, seeing that Alpha stands at her side as an ascendant. Lucia writes in her notes, Alpha was likely discovered by Luna when she was suffering from severe, punishing corruption. That's when she became an ascendant. But based on my understanding of me, the choice to become an ascendant is not made out of seeking vengeance or power. Was it because she couldn't return to Babylonia? Or was it because she saw Luna again? There are other possibilities, of course, but nothing substantial enough to steer me down that path. I'm sure the me back then must have believed that becoming an ascendant would lead to a better tomorrow. After all, if she was suffering from such severe punishing corruption, her only options were to become an ascendant or join the horde of corrupted. That must be it. Her choice must have been made on the basis of numerous factors pushing her down the opposite path. If she is calling this the starting point, what's next? She searches the information from the memory fragments in her mind and recalls Alpha's voice as she calls out to her comrades. Muro, Shun, and Hiro. She tried looking for them before she regained her memories due to an uneasy feeling. She has attempted to trace the whereabouts of her 3 comrades, only to discover that their names had been registered among a list of martyrs with the chilling description of perished in the fight against the corrupted. And that was it. The trail went cold before it even began. While Lucy is deep in thought, a stern expression covers Liv's face as she suddenly strokes a lock of hair on the right side of Lucia's head with her fingertips. After seeing this peculiar gesture, Lucia gently or quietly moves the screen to cover her notes with the battle records. Lee has his head down as if concentrating on the thing in his hand, but his gaze is firmly fixed on the doorway. The guards have changed 17 times since this morning. Whether or not this is due to precautions made by the trio, the guards have yet to enter. Shortly after you left yesterday, they received an anonymous encrypted message on Lee's terminal. Speak carefully, act cautiously. Remain from doing anything for now. Wait until daylight to inspect the room. The trio is suspicious at first, but given previous events, they are not entirely in disbelief. In the morning, the group had cleaned the room. Doing so, they uncovered several bugs that were planted by an intruder. Only then was their remaining disbelief abated. Lee has quietly moved some storage crates to specific positions in the corners, while Liv has draped your coat in a peculiar spot. Once the corners with those little gifts had been blocked, guards began showing up at the door out of nowhere. After the trio discusses quietly amongst themselves, they decide to remain in the preparation room and rest. That way they will not draw any suspicion while they wait for you to return. We only survived because we knew nothing. Why is this happening? Because the Commandant violated military orders during the last mission? But they said they weren't going to look into that for the time being. Is this just an excuse to buy time? Do people really think we just let Luna go and that we're keeping her whereabouts a secret? Even if Hassan and Nicola thought it was necessary to deal with it now while this war still rages on, they would have chosen a more appropriate method to go about all of this. At the very least, an arrest warrant would have been served rather than letting the Commandant be taken away by those people on the grounds of monitoring. But there has been nothing of the sort ever since this all started. Perhaps it is as Lee has mentioned. They are also trapped in an invisible web and need to be even more cautious than the Grey Ravens resting in the preparation room. If that's the case, what does this web known as Kurono want from the Commandant? What indeed? Whether it's Luna or me, being chosen by the Ascension Network was just the starting point. Are we now forced to stand here at this new beginning too? Alpha. Suddenly, a familiar voice in the corridor greets the unknown inspector standing outside the door. However, the door between them makes it hard to discern who the voice belongs to. Murray? Lucia turns her head to look at Lee, his eyebrows tightly knit. Looks like she is right. Murray is speaking with the inspector. Maybe they know each other? Lucia asks as she turns up her audio module sensitivity slightly. Hey, fancy seeing you here. Are you guys here to, What are you up to today? Even though the trio cannot see what is going on outside, they can hear the contemplation in his voice, as if someone is stopping him from saying too much. It sounds like the person standing outside is just someone following orders. Her judgment is not based on her personal understanding of Murray, but on her common understanding of the position. Lucia listens to the conversation outside closely, in an attempt to pick up any clues from the casual remarks. Sorry, am I interrupting your conversation with someone? After all, you look... Oh, you only report if anything happens. Gotcha. I just didn't want to interfere with your work. Looks like he's just a scout. The other party lowers his voice and says something to Murray that even her sensitive audio module cannot pick up. Perhaps he only mouthed a response or made a gesture. Of course. Glad I'm not bothering you. You guys have been working late the last 2 days. When are you off? The man outside the door responds quietly, to which Murray gives a genial and polite laugh. So, you're not off until you get results. Well, keep up the hard work. Results. Are they not on a surveillance mission? Are they looking for something? Alright, I'll stop prodding you about your mission. Wanna get some afternoon tea? Your favorite cafe is back open. Favorite cafe? That must mean he's speaking to a human. Oh, right. Is Kugawa off today? Wanna invite him? A stern look washes over the faces of the trio standing in the preparation room. A Kurono henchman, following orders, is pacing outside the Grey Raven preparation room, searching for some sort of results. The trio speculated that the current situation may have been due to violating military orders during the last mission, suspicion over a private link with Luna, or even because of serious symptoms from mind beacon corruption. Maybe it's all three. Maybe it's all of the above. But based on the current information, this appears to be the worst case scenario. Seems like a plot that had been in the works for quite some time is finally coming to fruition. Just like that, Murray was able to convey this fragmented information to the trio inconspicuously through just the right volume and chit-chat. And with that, Murray laughs with the guard as they both walk away. Pretty sly of him. Once no more movement can be detected from outside the door, Liv takes her hand off the desktop. Receiving the signal, the other two begin to relax a little. Up until this point, Lucia never thought she would need to use such a tactic in the Grey Raven's preparation room. She shakes her head gently and looks back at the screen. She presses her hand on the side of the screen, opening up a hidden data file on the terminal. These were the records and data she quickly searched when she began to feel a disturbance in her memory. However, at the time, she could only access the external data due to the file encryption. After recovering her memory and returning to Babylonia, Lucia asked Lee in confidence to copy the data onto her terminal and decrypt it. Under heavy surveillance, Lee had hastily decrypted a portion of the file. Once decrypted, Lucia had obtained a casualty report. However, aside from the list of casualties for that week being several times longer than normal, including Muro and Shun, nothing appeared out of the ordinary. Lucia searches the newly recovered memories in her mind. She cross-checks the names of soldiers and comrades in her memory with the names on the list. All of the names that she can recall appear on the list, each marked with their chilling cause of death. However, aside from those familiar names, she sees several names she does not recognize at the same time of death. Those are... The names include 5 commandants, their squads, and dozens of researchers. Not only Ravenge, but 5 other commandants and their squads as well? Wait, why are all the researchers marked with a lab accident for the Project Winter as their cause of death? Lucia looks at the undisclosed Project Winter, then meticulously reads through data on each of the researchers. Isn't that also the name of a video game? Project Winter? Most of the researchers were transferred from Corona, but a select few are listed as confidential. As Lucia continues to read through the file, she discovers that 2 of the researchers had died more recently than the others. Oh. This casualty report is still being updated. Why would they be recorded along with those that died a long time ago? And those researchers have something to do with the project, right? Lucy begins to connect the dots in her heart. She looks back at the Project Winter. It's an ongoing project then. Maybe. What even is this project? She cannot figure out anything purely based on the name alone. Perhaps that is the point. Thinking for some time to no avail, she looks back at the 2 researchers on the roster. She notices that they worked in the Science Council up until their death. Their names were Anne and Rand. If they were members of the Science Council, maybe Asimov knows a thing or two. She wants to ask him about it, but then remembers the message they received. Speak carefully. Act cautiously. Lucia looks up to see Lee reading the terminal as he assembles a tiny robot. After decrypting the data, he resisted the urge to speak several times, as if he had a sneaking suspicion about the identity of who sent that anonymous tip. Who sent the message? Whoever it is, we need to tread lightly. Lucia stifles her concern once more, then turns to look back at the screen. "11:55 a.m. What's the situation?" Same as last time. The specialists are gathered around Usabeni performing tests. I went to have a look a few times, but their act and their documents are both pretty foolproof. I couldn't find any way to get Usabeni out of there, so they're trying to get us out too. God bless them, man. Can we do that? Can we do what we did last time and have people from the Star of Life provide treatment? Their people infiltrated their ranks ages ago. Without fixing the fundamental issue, we'll just take Usabeni somewhere else to be monitored. Have a good day. Thanks, Maya. We better just leave it to Asimov. Turning his mind to some other important matter, Hassan lets out a nearly imperceptible sigh. Ever since his mess has started, the other project has been put on hold. It was supposed to be a top priority, but all these disasters keep distracting our Wonderkind. Wonderkind. If we involve the Science Council in non-technical matters at a time like this, I'm afraid it will only make matters worse. I hope he can solve these complicated technical issues to the point of being able to pass it off to his subordinates. How about the others? Same old, same old. It can't keep going like this, Mr. President. Before he can respond, a young staff member walks in and salutes. How is Usabeni holding up? Seems like everything is normal. What do you mean, seems? According to the report given by experts, Usabeni periodically falls into a state of comatose with increased subconscious activity. During breakfast, Usabeni just stares at the cup. Last night, the commandant was pacing around in the room. Sure didn't look normal, at least. Even normal people would do this sort of thing if they have no way to keep themselves entertained or sleep. Anything else? They submitted an application claiming that Usabeni violated military orders due to the issues they are currently looking into. If it continues on like this, constructs linked with the Commandant may also begin to exhibit abnormalities, so... He takes out a small chip and hands it to the exhausted Hassan. So, they need to monitor the Commandant for a few more days. Correct. Hassan takes the chip and nods. he watches as the staff turns and leaves. Mr. President, I was worried this was going to happen. You mean the effects of mind beacon corruption on Usabeni? No, the Commandant's symptoms are minor. They didn't worsen during ground operations either, which is a far cry from when Commandants were corrupted in the past. We can now determine that Usabeni has built up a resistance to mind corruption. That's precisely why people are more worried. We haven't found out who leaked the Commandant's mission report, but now they know that Hua Shu detected the Commandant's potential ability to link with Ascendants. I wasn't expecting Hua Shu to find a back door the first time I let Grey Raven use the Spear of FOS. This is worse than I thought. Hassan holds the chip in his hand, lost in thought as he looks out into the vast cosmos. All this monitoring is just false pretense. The Commandant's resistance to might, I'm gonna sneeze. Mind corruption is just their window of opportunity. Wait. Excuse me. Let me just take a drink here. Take a sip of my drink. Excuse me, sorry. How long can those sharks wait in the depths when they smell blood in the water? How many more people must be sacrificed this time? Silence hangs over the bridge. Celica opens her mouth in preparation to speak, but she finds herself unable to muster a response. Even after processing the reports for everything that had happened, she only had a rough idea of what was unfolding. Nicola once told me that squads with a close-knit bond would end up like Suzaku. He didn't outright say it, but I could tell by the look in his eyes that he was worried this squad would go rogue. Whether it's because we cherish their talent, or to prevent them from going rogue, we cannot hand over Usabeni. At least, not until we ensure that Usabeni is safe from whatever it is they're planning. In that case, it's not that I'm unwilling to get involved. Regardless of personal reasons, they're still loyal to whoever is pulling the strings, just as they are to their respective posts. Eliminating all of them would only make it more difficult moving forward. We need to come up with a more clever plan to get us out of this stalemate. We need people willing to fight for this cause without drawing their attention. We need to think of a way to give Usabeni some time to rest. If this continues any longer, anyone would succumb to exhaustion and drop their guard, regardless of mind beacon corruption. This is a common tactic in interrogations. As soon as Usabeni falls into their trap, the situation will no longer be under our control. It's like we'll need someone else for the upcoming mission. Indeed, these past few days have been quite the ordeal. Let Usabeni return to the squad and rest up for a while. Who are you going to give a recon mission to? Let the nearby task force scout the surrounding area. As for the core region, leave that to Strikehawk. The scout team is ideal for conducting reconnaissance. One should prove himself on the mission to deploy bit domain nodes, plus he's more familiar with that area. And, after seeing Usabeni take full responsibility for acting alone, he's been keeping a close eye on the Commandant. Compassion is weakness. I understand this, and so do they. Leaving Wanshi here only gives them another target. There's no point in getting Strikehawk involved just yet. Usabeni obtained valuable intel from the bit domain node, and Wanshi's actions complied with regulations. They shouldn't have shouldered the blame. Some people believe that Wanshi was following the Commandant's orders. After all, they were together. Even if they can make amends, the law must still not be broken. If one person gets away from breaking the law, anyone blindly trusting their own ability will surely follow suit. At least that's the official statement, correct? Originally, there was a way for Usabeni to avoid punishment. Now, some people want to impose additional charges to force Usabeni under their control. I've done a lot behind the scenes, but ensuring that Usabeni only has to endure confined treatment has put me at my limits. Hassan turns around and walks along a path that has been worn into a luster over time by the crew. We have a meeting coming up. Where are you going, sir? Postpone it for half an hour. There are some things I need to confirm. 12:25 a.m. or not 12, 11:25 a.m. Half an hour before receiving the new mission, Chrome steps into the spacious confines of the closed laboratory 5 minutes early. He pushes open the door to the dark room and greets Asimov, who is sitting among an array of hollow screens. Right on time. Head down, Asimov gives Chrome a simple acknowledgement. The capsule beside him contains a new frame currently in stasis. What are we testing this time? I debugged your new frame according to the data obtained from the last combat simulation. I've re-established the virtual link for you to give it another try. Understood. As if already familiar with the procedure, Chrome plugs the cable into the back of his neck. Let's begin. So this is simulation training, eh? Okay. The virtual link has been set up successfully. The operating environment is stable. Let's carry on with the test. So this is Ice Chrome. Enemies have been defeated. Move toward the destination. Oh my god, the music. Why is the music so intense? Regular battle testing complete. Now conducting overload testing. The system will give you a lot of signal orbs. Using 3-pin costs shield, but makes the damage dealt by enemies invalidated while you cast skills. Oh. So he summons like a freaking ice AoE thing around him. That's cool. And it charges up on its own. Cool, cool, cool. Proceeding to the next step of the test, press and hold the attack button to enter Frost's Spirit. All shields will be consumed, but all attacks can invalidate the damage dealt. Consume shields. Can invalidate the damage from enemies. Interesting. Cool. Enemies have been defeated. Music is giving me like slight Echo Aria vibes. Warning, importing difficult enemy data. This will be the last step of the test. Oh shit. Cool. Alright. Not that complicated. Not that hard to understand them. Well done. You can disconnect the test system from the data gate. If you want more exercise, you can call it data of the corrupted next to it. We can exit. Cool. Conceal. Chrome opens his eyes to see the familiar dark room and Asimov's solemn face. You've been working hard, Asimov. How's the test data? You've reached a high enough degree of synchronization and proficiency to pass the test, but the core issues still haven't been addressed. Asimov clenches his fists and closes his eyes. Chrome has never seen such an expression on this seemingly infallible scientific genius. Is there anything I can do to help? Asimov grabs the mug on the table, swallows a mouthful of cold coffee, and shakes his head in a trance. This frame uses technology similar to that of Lucia Plume. I know. Before signing the agreement and applying to participate in the experiment, he fully understood the principles and risks of the project. But Asimov's expression does not stem from the achievements of his research, but rather the costs. Lucia was reborn as Plume after sustaining life-threatening injuries during the Battle of Kowloon. Asimov had explained that she lost her original memory during the upload process. Despite having a backup of her memory, reintegration would have only caused a sense of alienation. Plume has not had any issues since then, and Lucia's memory still remains intact. Recently, she seems to have completely regained familiarity toward her memories and has gradually overcome the impacts of the transfer process. The original agreement stated that there might be similar risks, but the main purpose of this experiment was to resolve the negative effects of frame transferal. Are you referring to the risks mentioned in the plan? No, the plan only mentioned the hypotheses we made at the beginning of the experiment. But as this experiment continues, I've discovered that the technology still has a lot of issues that remain unsolved. To give you a simple idea, imagine filling a bottle with rocks and casting it out at sea. Even though your mind, aka the bottle, is stable and able to retain all of these rocks, when uploaded into the frame, it would be inoperable, much like how the bottle would sink to the ocean floor. Lucia was able to synchronize with the frame without any adjustments due to additional data from the data, because the data is compatible with her, just like the frame itself. Additional data. That's classified. I'm not at liberty to say much more. However, Asimov knows that specialized frames are special not only because they are created on the basis of all the data accumulated by Grey Raven thus far, but also because they contain data from the Ascendant, Alpha. When Lucia earnestly returned to the battlefield, she failed to ask the question that was deliberately hidden. Where did you get this Ascendant data? The answer was out of hope, to put an end to this calamity, but was also to give rise to human strife. Ever since Lucia was uploaded into the frame, the Science Council has been collecting various data on Plume. We've made numerous adjustments, which allow you to safely establish a virtual link. However, only you can do it. That's because your specialized info device and mind are inherently more stable. That's why I invited you to participate in this program. What risks are we most likely to face now? Your mind is likely to experience any number of serious cognitive side effects. Common symptoms aside, you may experience mind deviation, much like how the bottle would sink to the bottom of the ocean. If it were to continue any further, you may experience mind corruption. At that point, you will lose control. Anything goes after that. If you don't know what that's like, you can speak with Usabeni later. It's fine. I've read about it in the reference materials. There's no sense in bothering the Grey Raven Commandant. However, since your specialized info device has allowed you to serve as the Commandant of Strikehawk, you're not the only one at risk. If your mind experiences any deviation or corruption, any squad member linked with you will also be affected. Until we resolve whatever is making your mind susceptible to corruption, I can't let you use this frame. Grom glances back at Asimov, who is looking at a large stack of files, ruminating about how to improve the frame. I'm no scientist, but I think if the core problem is data compatibility with my mind, or as you put it, rocks sinking the bottle, would it be possible to attach additional equipment to isolate it in parallel with the bottle? Asimov thinks for a moment, then stands up as if to say, Eureka, then walks to the side of the lab and begins looking up something on the terminals. Rosetta. The research data from her transfer between the centaur and humanoid frame. With the terminal's high processing speed, Asimov quickly finds the target file. He pulls up a chair in front of the monitors and begins to work assiduously. Seeing his bleak demeanor begin to reside, Chrome politely dismisses himself. I'll get going. Let me know if you need help calibrating the frame. Understood. He responds without lifting his head from his work. Up until Chrome closes the door, all he can hear is Asimov mumbling to himself from within the lab. Almost at a breakthrough. Rand, I won't let your sacrifices be in vain. So he does know them. Once the sound of footsteps outside the lab fades into the distance, Asimov opens an encrypted file on Plume containing alpha_data, sent to him early on by some people. The method, costs, and potential dangers of acquiring such data had been deliberately stricken from the record. Perhaps when all of this comes to light, will the truth behind these anomalies finally be revealed? Hello, Chrome. After leaving the closed lab, Chrome receives a notification from Celica on his terminal. There's been a change to the search and rescue mission. Since it's been assigned on such short notice, time is of the essence. Gather your squad and board the transport craft in 40 minutes. Mission details have been uploaded to your terminal. Let me know if you have any questions. Chrome opens the mission details and quickly scans the intel. The new mission is to enter the Longinus Blast Zone to search for abnormalities. It may appear to be an ordinary recon mission, but after you evacuated, we suddenly detected high punching concentration within the area. Suddenly? Correct. The specific location and concentration fluctuate greatly. Maybe it's just a false positive caused by various regional and climate factors, or maybe there's something hiding down there. Considering the potential risks, this mission is best left in good hands. Chrome scrolls down the intel log and notices a small line of gray text at the bottom. This task has been transferred from Grey Raven to Strike Hawk. This was originally assigned to Grey Raven. Usabeni is indisposed and unable to perform missions for the time being. If the memory flashbacks put the Commandant out of commission. Celica hesitates for a moment before realizing why Chrome would know about it. Seems like Wanshi sensed something wrong with Usabeni. Correct. The Commandant's condition has something to do with that. The phrasing of something filled Chrome's mind with doubt. Asking about it directly probably would not elicit a response. Understood. I'll rally the team. Chrome terminates the call, but before he can issue an assembly order to Wanshi and Kamui, their communication prompt flashes again. I received the test results. Due to the risks and restitutes involved with the frame transferal experiment, John Smith had also received a notice as the co-signer. Careful, you're playing with fire. You can always back out of the experiment if you need to. I appreciate the concern, Mr. Smith. I'll be sure to tread carefully, but with great risk comes great reward. What do you have coming up? We were reassigned to a mission meant for Grey Raven. I'm going to assemble the team and proceed to the target. Grey Raven? Looks like they're in over their heads this time. Because of the Commandant's illness. From what I've gathered, illness is only an excuse for the Commandant to be monitored. Usabeni's being monitored? Yes, but that's just the start. Grey Raven has a lot of trouble coming their way. Not only are they dealing with this mysterious illness, they've also got people trying to uncover their past transgressions in order for Grey Raven to be a stepping stone on their road to success. Past transgressions? What's that? These people are planning on using the Commandant's condition to put them out of service. But the Commandant still hasn't slipped up, so they have to put their plan on hold. If Usabeni keeps this up, they'll try to stop Grey Raven by claiming that they violated military orders, had a private connection with the Ascendant leader, or that they are keeping her whereabouts a secret. A private connection with the Ascendant leader? No Commandant can do that. I don't believe Usabeni is harboring the enemy. It's just a possibility. Apparently the Huashu in the enemy's hands determined that Usabeni can resist mind corruption and connect with Ascendants. After learning this, the enemy specifically asked Gestalt to verify authenticity, and the results were confirmed. Why did Huashu think that Usabeni can connect with Ascendants? Because the Commandant crossed paths with them during the underground battle of City 75. The Commandant wrote everything down in the mission report, but someone leaked it. Even if the Commandant hadn't said anything, these people would have found out one way or another. If it came to that, falsifying the military report would only exacerbate their crimes. Who leaked the Commandant's mission? It doesn't matter. Even if you found out who did it, someone else would just take their place. Their network has penetrated into the very fabric of Babylonia. All the president can do is take every necessary precaution. There isn't much he can do to prevent leaks. After all, the opposition has other means to implicate them. Not to mention, they occupy numerous irreplaceable positions. No one knows what the Commandant really did. They claim that Usabeni lost consciousness at the time. Even the constructs on Grey Raven didn't see Luna leave. They're still collecting evidence. But based on the current trend, the opposition is deliberately trying to forge evidence to achieve their goals. How do you know this? Working in the political sphere, I have my ways. I am a smith, after all. The next smith will have to learn to piece together fragments of intel and speculation to get the whole picture. Chrome furrows his brows, as if lost in thought. Where is Usabeni now? Do you want to see the Commandant? Yes. People need to use whatever they can to get rid of any other unnecessary troubles. I'm telling you all of this intel just to remind you. I know you're interested in the Commandant's potential. I didn't want to interfere with you being around such an exceptional human, but the squad is already in too deep. If you get too close to Usabeni, you'll be monitored and put in the same position. Just look at the other Grey Ravens. Stay away from them, or else you'll just get caught in the crossfire. Trust my judgment and way of doing things, Mr. Smith. Even if I see Usabeni, I won't let them get the best of me. Please tell me, where is Usabeni? After numerous requests, Chrome finally gets a brief meeting with the Commandant on the grounds of relaying information on the mission. Under the watchful eyes of soldiers and staff, the airtight door slowly rises up. Blinding light fills the empty room. A human sitting on the cold, hard seat in the conference room, looking ahead with tired and dull eyes. Someone once joked that uncomfortable chairs can shorten meetings and make them more efficient. But when a person is left to sit on the chair for almost 2 days, the same cannot be said. Chrome looks around the room quietly. In this clean, tidy, and unassuming room, cameras are installed in each of the 4 corners. At least, that was all that could be seen with the naked eye. He steps into the room, and the door slowly lowers. Even though it's just the 2 of you, neither of you are able to speak freely under such watchful eyes. Looking at the side of your pale and tired face, Chrome quietly clenches his fists. Before he greets you, he notices the projection equipment in the corner. The hazy blue light creates a 3-dimensional image of an antique clock with no tick marks or minute hand. There is only an hour hand slowly moving along each swing of a pendulum. A small line of text below the clock reads, "Monitoring schedule." It is difficult for those who have not experienced it to notice, but one's perception of time is infinitely lengthened by staring at a clock during times of hardship. Before coming here, Chrome had heard that the interval between examinations and treatments was 2 hours during the day, 5 hours at night. Anyone who has worked at the Star of Life knows that this frequency of treatment for patients with serious illnesses is normal. But that is done under the conditions that the patients in critical conditions are looked after without being disturbed, not monitored in confinement. However, if an appeal is submitted due to the frequency of treatment, the other party would just come up with a series of written terms to prove that they are not violating any rules. The Commandant's hardship would be hidden between the lines, such as being isolated in this empty room for an extended duration. Blinding light and cold, hard conference chairs making rest nigh impossible. Numerous monitoring equipment in the room, soldiers and staff pacing outside. A clock without tick marks, the all too convenient monitoring interval. Singling out any one of these reasons would give no indication that there is any foul play. No one could complain that the room is too clean or empty, or that the seats are too uncomfortable. But together, this is enough to make life wither away with each swing of the pendulum. This is a prison in every sense of the word. Chrome wants to say something, but he finds himself unable to speak under such watchful eyes. Seeing the clock, Chrome cannot help but recall that he had downloaded Edgar Allan Poe's short story The Pit and the Pendulum from the database. Did Usumeni ever finish reading the story? Regardless, Chrome has to do something. Hello, Grey Raven Commandant. You slowly turn in the direction of the familiar voice to see Chrome standing by the door. The white paint from his coating reflects the blinding light in the room as if enveloping him in its radiance. Chrome? You barely manage to muster up such a brief greeting out of sheer fatigue. In a trance, you sense an internal struggle in Chrome's gaze. How are you feeling? Like crap. The lengthy interrogation regarding the memory replays and mission details have taken a toll on your voice prior to meeting him. No matter how hard you try, you cannot hide the raspiness in your voice. Chrome quietly walks over and stands in front of the chair. He turns slightly to block the blinding light from above, but the struggle in his eyes becomes all the more apparent. Have a seat. That won't be necessary. I'm just here to talk about the mission. Anyway, Babylonia has detected high fluctuations of punishing concentration within the Longinus blast zone. If we can rule out any false positives, there might be something hidden there. Did you notice anything during the last mission? Explains what happened during the mission. Listening to your explanation, Chrome records the main points in his terminal notes and draws detailed areas on the map. Thanks for the help. Looks like there might actually be something suspicious there. I'll bring some sensors along. Chrome, how much longer do you think I'll be here? For any of the onlookers, this sentence would have no significance. As if understanding the look in your eyes, Chrome shifts his gaze from the pendulum onto you. Soon. The pendulum will stop descending soon. They can't get what they want. Hearing the hint, he smiles. Correct. So not much longer. After he finishes speaking, the door promptly raises with the clear buzzing of an alarm. Chrome steps back, causing the blinding light to occupy your field of vision. Thank you again for your help. Goodbye for now. He nods under the staff's watchful eyes, then leaves the empty room. As the door closes with a heavy thud, your gaze returns to the white void. Chrome. I'm stuck in this room, please. I need food. The people haven't given me anything to drink or eat. This one we're gonna play as Kamui. Cool. Gloomy clouds blanket the sky. Golden rays of light struggle to penetrate the clouds as if attempting to save what remained of Earth. The transport craft carrying the Strikehawk trio breaks through the dark clouds and lands steadily on a patch of open land covered in yellow snow. As soon as the hatch door opens, a blonde figure rushes out. He looks around and shakes his head in disappointment. There used to be abandoned ruins here, but now there's nothing. Only scorched earth remains underfoot. Everything that was once here has been reduced to charred rubble, leaving only devastation. Billowing white smoke rises from the scorched earth. Cinderelican. Cinderelican remains of everything that once was stretch out a hand, beckoning the distant sky only to vanish into thin air. Well, this is ground zero for the Longinus strike. Chrome follows Kamui out of the cabin, then scans the surrounding area. Nothing is left here, but the punishing concentration still continues to fluctuate sporadically. Guess the show ain't over just yet. Despite the red tide having been cleansed for quite some time already, it shows signs of surfacing once more. After a concerted effort to find Luna, the enemy leader, her whereabouts remain unknown. Whatever the reason, It's the sign of a colossal threat to come. But for Chrome, this recon mission has deeper implications after learning about the current state of Usumeti. That's me. That's me. I'm Usumeti. I'm the commandant. If they can find the ascendant leader, they can at least give some credence to Usumeti. Stay on high alert. We need to find the source of this anomaly ASAP. Looking at the ground in front of him, Chrome opens the map on his terminal and tries to figure out their current position. Based on the previous investigation, let's head northwest first. That's where a majority of the data anomalies that we've been monitoring are located. Kamui, go get Wanshi. You got it, boss. Oh, you rang. Right before Kamui runs into the transport craft, Wanshi stumbles out of it half awake. Shake me awake like that again, and I'll blow the fuse. The flight over here was so smooth I was out before I knew it. You could sleep through a hurricane. Touché. So, what's the plan? We need to find out if the red tide is still hiding somewhere, obviously. Wanshi furrows his brows, then looks around at the scorched earth. Several days had already passed since they were tasked with deploying the bit domain nodes, but you are still being monitored. He has wanted to investigate the Commandant's previously unmentioned symptoms on his own in search of treatment, but he has only been met with red tape. It's like this mission is just an excuse to keep Strikehawk out of the picture. A sneaking suspicion pops up in his mind, but he lacks the proper intel to back it up. Let's finish the mission before investigating any further. As Wanshi catches up to his two comrades, the trio begins to make their way northwest through the acrid smell of scorched ruins. After a short while, Chrome's comm link begins to flash again. Looking at the time, I'm guessing you haven't made it too far. Correct, Mr. President. We ran another threat assessment of the mission. You may encounter a massive red tide, so I've temporarily assigned Kamu to join the team. Due to his particular nature as a transcendent, let him operate alone as much as possible. But don't let him remove the filter Asimov made for him. Roger. He'll be there shortly. I'll leave the rest to you, Captain. And with that, Hassan terminates the call. Did the President just raise the threat level of the mission? No. He is just taking into consideration the potential risks by assigning Kamu to our team. If the situation is really as simple as Hassan made it out to be, all they would have to do is check if any area had slipped between the cracks. But are those areas the reason for the increased threat level? Damn, I was hoping for a change of pace. This place has been picked cleaner than a tub of ice cream in Kamu's hand. There's no red tide in sight. What was that? Hearing the familiar voice, the trio turns to see a resentful Kamu intentionally keeping his distance. Keep talking and I'll kill you. At this moment, an indiscernible figure flashes by just barely within view. Who was that? Was someone running behind us? Kamu looks back, but the barren land is devoid of life. Let's go check it out. Alright, I ran off to the west, right in the direction of our target. We also need to check for signs of the red tide. Leave it to me. The terrain here is too difficult to differentiate, Kamu. We can split up after we reach our target. Fine. The barren land extends outward like a vast ocean. Under the time-worn and sallow sky, the distant horizon is obscured by smoke and dust, like the scorched edges of burnt paper. Kamu silently follows the trio from a distance, scanning the area for clues. No matter where they go, the barren landscape is a lifeless monotony of scorched remains. Let's split up here. Right as Chrome issues the command, the team hears something nearby. Everyone turns toward the direction of the sound, but there's nothing to be seen. Do we have company? I can't imagine why someone would be in such a dreadful place. Maybe it was the person we saw earlier. Let's go check it out. The team proceeds in the direction of the voice, or sound. But all they find are footsteps containing the punishing virus. Feels like we're being watched. Standing off at a distance, he scans the surrounding area. His gaze stops on the transport craft that had brought them here. I feel the same. Could it be someone who was here? We can't tell if it's the same person yet. Must be a corrupted or ascendant nearby, given the punishing concentration of their footsteps. Following Kamu's gaze, Chrome looks back at the transport craft. Why would they be hiding if they're an ascendant? To draw our attention? Or maybe they're wounded and trying to avoid a confrontation. Considering that these footsteps might belong to their target, Chrome determines to continue pursuit. We can't jump to conclusions. Let's keep searching. Grab a sensor and split up. Kamui, you take the west. You got it, boss. Washa, you take the east. Stay on high alert and maintain contact. Got it. Kamu, take the north. I'll take the south. If you find anything or run into danger, don't get impulsive. Keep your comms on at all times. Roger. Alrighty. They said it requires more investigation, but will the red tide really be in such places? At any rate, there are only scorched earth and ashes left. But it is true that high concentrations of punishing fires can be detected occasionally. I'll set up the detection device while you go and check the situation below. Let me know if you find anything. Oh, look at that. Isn't this the core strike zone of the Longinus Arsenal? Why are there hetero creatures here? It seems that the previous detection was not a false positive. There are some things hidden nearby. Get him! Nice. These hetero creatures are frailer than before. So you've taken care of them as well. The same is true for upper floor. Some hetero creatures here and there, but it's easily taken care of. I guess it may be because the red tide is declining. High levels of punishing virus can also be detected in the boxes nearby. Although it may be residue, just to be safe. Let's break them all open and check. Yes, that's right. Want to bet and see who finds more hidden hetero creatures? Why would I do something like that? But I'll come to your aid if you're in trouble. Deal. Yeah. Did she just come out? And... Ooh. Chomper. It's weak in the Longinus Arsenal. Blah 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 blah. Right to the debris. Nothing. The music has no reason to go this hard. All the boxes are checked. There's not too many. You can handle it yourself. I'll continue to install the detection device, so I'll leave the guarding to you. Wait, that sounded from above. Is there a new batch of hetero creatures? Let's go check it out. Dude, this music is going crazy. It's so intense. Oh, I see. Hetero creatures. Ugh, there's more. I missed. Easy. Not too many enemies left. Let's get it over with. Oh. What are these? Buthus. Ooh, what the heck? This area has been cleared. Wanshi, how's it going over there? Are you still dealing with those detection devices? Let's go check on them. Nice. Dun, dun, dun. Untraceable. Chrome follows the punishing concentration in the direction of footsteps and enters a patch of scorched ruins. Even though the footsteps begin to fade, Chrome discovers a pack of unusual hetero creatures. Compared to those previously discovered, they more closely resemble an organism that once existed on Earth: scorpions. Right as Chrome discovers the pack of scorpion-like hetero creatures, they too discover him and launch an attack. After a quick battle, they let out an ear-piercing screech as Chrome rends them to pieces with his scythe. Once Chrome secures the area, he puts on a pair of protective gloves, and takes some samples for analysis. There's nothing in our database on these hetero creatures. Looks like we discovered a new species. Maybe they've only started to emerge recently. Regardless, their mission is clear. Chrome opens the comlink without hesitation and taps Asimov's name. Strike Hawk Captain Chrome, reporting in. I've discovered an unrecorded species of hetero creature. Send it over. There's something I want to ask you. Do you have a minute? That depends. I want to know if this type of hetero creature is a recent phenomenon. Sorry, we can talk about it later if you're busy. No, I'm just looking at the data you sent over. Looks like this type of hetero creature has already evolved again in such a short amount of time. But one thing is for certain. This is a byproduct of the red tide. Hearing this, Chrome's suspicions are confirmed. The red tide must still be here if hetero creatures are roaming around. Are you going to continue searching the area? Yes. Thank you for your help. I'll contact you if we collect any more samples. That won't be necessary. Give them to me when you come back. I've got other work to do. Over 2 hours after Chrome ordered the team to split up. Even with each of the squad members installing a sensor in their respective areas, the fluctuating punishing virus concentration proves difficult to uncover any clues. The geology also offers no conclusive evidence except for the hetero creature from earlier. Perhaps this was due to the Longinus arsenal or someone intentionally covering their tracks. He has suspected that the red tide had retreated underground, but 2 hours of searching has not uncovered anything resembling an underground access point. Further investigations into the surrounding area and the task force's investigation into the underground city have been equally fruitless. Maybe there was an easier, albeit crude, method. Luckily, Chrome has brought a bag of explosives as powerful as jitter bombs, just in case. Based on the fluctuating trend of high punishing concentration, the sensors indicate the closest high concentration zone is 35 meters from the surface. If they get the positioning wrong and use up all of the explosives, they will have to return to base or call for support. We need to reconfirm the positioning of the explosives. Given the fluctuating concentration, there are numerous possibilities. If it is only a polluted underground waterway, the real red tide would be elsewhere. With everything that needs to be done, hastily requesting support would only add undue burden onto others. The best course of action would be to continue checking. Just as Chrome was considering the matter at hand, Kamui's voice could be heard on the comlink. Captain, I found something. Understood. I'll be right there. Chrome rushes over to Kamui. He sees Wanshi kneeling by him, looking at a high concentration reading on the sensor. All the data in this area is the same. Not to mention, the location of the high concentration is relatively close to the surface, at least closer than previously measured. Realizing that now is their window of opportunity, Chrome explains the plan to the others while checking the data relayed by the nearby sensors. But as quickly the window opens, it closes as the data returns to normal. What? It's gone. What could it be? Maybe the red tide is moving underground. That seems highly likely. Let's use the explosives to blast open an access point. Where should we plant them? Looking at his terminal, Wanshi points at several highly concentrated spots on the map with a long, drawn-out yawn. We have enough explosives to make 4 guesses. Let's choose these 3 locations for the time being. We'll save the rest, just in case. We can increase the blasting depth by cracking the surface. That should give us more of a buffer. Alright, my time to shine. Kamui enthusiastically shoulders his greatsword, and then begins to hack away at the designated area, leaving a crack that vaguely resembles the letter A. By the looks of it, I'm guessing you've been playing Treasure Hunter? Kamui tilts his head in confusion. Seems like he has never heard of the game. My bad. Wanshi responds as he assembles the explosives. What's that? Kamui continues hacking away with his greatsword. It's a popular sandbox game for VR. It's basically what you're doing right now. People use it for exercise or physical therapy. It's quite the workout. But it's mostly popular because you can dig up tickets that can be redeemed for gold. I heard someone won 10 tons of gold. They used it to buy their own private island. No way. I think I'll give it a try after the mission. Tough luck. There aren't any rewards left. The game was developed by the government to encourage people to work out, so they prepared and paid for the rewards beforehand. Now that there aren't any rewards, the game's really died off. Well, that blows. Why do you know so much about the game, Wanshi? A long time ago, there was a sick kid who would just stay in bed all day and refuse treatment. I used it as a way for him to get some exercise. I can lend it to you if you want. Sweet. Is there co-op? We can play together. I'll pass. I'd rather just kick up my feet. Wanshi sets down the fully assembled explosive device and lets out a long, drawn-out yawn. Hey, was that sick kid you? While Kamui waits for a reply, Wanshi becomes quiet for a moment, falling asleep right where he stands. Anyway, why isn't Kamui back yet? He walked fast. It'll take him a while to be back. Right at that moment, the trio sees Kamui appear nearby, unwilling to come any closer. Get over here! We've got enhanced gear this time around. That won't be necessary. I'm used to standing this far away. Well, get used to standing here. There will be missions without enhanced gear. I don't want to go through the effort. Kamui frowns, turns his back, ignoring Kamui. Suddenly, Chrome receives an anonymous or encrypted message on his terminal. Any news on Luna? Who'd send a message like that? Chrome examines the metadata for any possible clues, but has been scrubbed clean. There's no way to trace the sender. Our top priority is to find the Red Tide. There's no time to waste. We may not be able to trace it, but I'm sure you have a pretty good idea who sent it. Chrome furrows his eyebrows, thinking about the current state of Usabeni. Although he has speculated that it might be someone who's looking for Luna, it would be foolish to probe for information this way. I think it's someone who is worried about Grey Raven. Grey Raven? What happened to them? I heard something from my father before we left. Usabeni not only violated military orders, but is also facing accusations of harboring an ascendant. Harboring an ascendant? How's that possible? Does that mean the Commandant's confined treatment is just an excuse? You know about that? No wonder you haven't gotten much sleep recently. I just wanted to help treat Usabeni. After all, I still owe the Commandant. But it didn't take me long to realize that it wasn't that simple. Grey Raven still doesn't know the whole story. If they did, they would rather have their memories checked than let Usabeni be charged. Therein lies the problem. Lucia, being closest to Usabeni then, also lost consciousness toward the end, so there isn't any proof to exonerate Usabeni. Unless someone can find the target's whereabouts, they're going to be monitored indefinitely and prohibited from performing missions.
That reminds me. The son looked like he had something weighing on his mind this morning. There may have been some other oddities as well. Seeing that Kamui wants to question Wanshi, Chrome sticks out his hand to end the conversation. This is not the place for chit-chat. Our top priority is the mission. Save it for when we're back in Babylonia. Roger. Ooh. Yeah, drink of water here. Alright, gaze of the abyss. After planting the explosive device and retreating to safety, they detonate the bomb. Amid a thunderous boom and plume of smoke, an indistinguishable figure jumps into the pit with lightning speed. Someone's there? Follow them. Rushing over to the pit created by the blast, the team discovers a dark cave just big enough for one person to squeeze into. Chrome hands the end of a carabiner to Kamui and cautiously leans down to probe into the cave. Looks like there really is a hidden underground region. Chrome picks up a stone and throws it into the darkness. A clang comes echoing from the cavernous depths, and it sounds huge. With the light above, Chrome takes a detailed look at the inside of the cave before backing out and reporting to the other three. Does it look like an underground waterway? When I came here to explore, I heard that there were several access points near the Red Tide, but they were all abandoned pipelines that should have been taken care of. Looks like the access point was more hidden than we thought. Considering how low the punishing concentration is, I'm guessing it's not accumulating here for the time being. We must have detected the spike as it passed through. Not to mention, whoever used our discovery to rush in before the smoke cleared must be familiar with the area. If not mistaken, there should be a deeper network connected with the core region that was destroyed by the longest arsenal. Otherwise, I can't imagine how the Red Tide would move undetected. The core area was flooded by the Red Tide, so it's no surprise that we couldn't detect the access point if it was hidden underneath it. But even after the Longinus strike, we still couldn't detect it. Think it was quickly covered up by someone? Given the footprints and the person that just ran in, there must be an enemy base that we haven't detected yet. We need to go down, Captain. Whether that be to eradicate the Red Tide or put a stop to any potential threats. This feels like a trap. Seems like someone is rolling out the red carpet for us. Are we really going down there? Chrome pauses, then throws a glow stick into the cave and inspects the waterway's interior. The interior is vast, and the surrounding walls, illuminated by the light source, reveal signs of damage and peeling as if silently recounting the past. A faint trickling comes from just out the glow stick's reach. Dreadful red liquid drips from a cracked pipe in the ceiling. The mist created by the splashing red liquid models the glow stick, staining the red light. There are trace amounts of red tide below, but the waterway is still humid. It's already passed through here as I predicted. If we continue our search, the threat level will be much higher than when we first accepted the mission. But if we return to Babylonia, it's not like we'll receive any additional support. Not many task forces have returned to Babylonia in one piece lately. They still need time to repair their frames. The remaining teams are still out on missions. Not just missions. I went to go speak with Lee this morning, but I was prohibited from entering the preparation room. Who stopped you? Some guy in a suit. He had a chip on his shoulder, that's for sure. Kurono. Huh? What's with them? Kamu gives us a look of disgust in response to Kamui's question. Let's report our findings to Babylonia and prepare a distress call just in case. Chrome quickly drafts up the report on his terminal and sets a timer on the distress call as per routine. If the timer expires before he cancels it, the distress call will be immediately relayed to Babylonia. After transmitting the report to Babylonia, Chrome signals the others to proceed into the underground waterway. I'll scout ahead just in case the Red Tide comes surging our way. I won't be affected by it. It's our safest bet. Be careful. Save that for your guys. Kamu quickly slides down and enters the cave with ease, landing on a pile of rocks below. Coast is clear. Come on down. Hearing this, the trio prepares to enter the underground waterway. What is it? Feels like there's something on my back. Chrome looks down and inspects Wanshi's back, discovering the addition of what appears to be a button. Had it not been for his familiarity with his team, such a minute detail would have surely gone overlooked. He gently grabs the button, then removes it from Wanshi's frame. It's, the pinhole lens on the button is like the dark abyss staring back at Chrome within his grasp. He crushes the device, then pats Wanshi on the shoulder. Let's go. Must have been a bug. That got planted on him. Well, nothing out of the ordinary, but that doesn't mean we're free from trouble. The trio looks in the direction of Kamu's gaze. Where the light meets the void, dozens of red lights are approaching rapidly. Leave them to me. Kamu strings his great sword at the approaching danger. After a brief clash, the red lights disappear. Worthless scrap metal. Before you can finish speaking, more hetero creatures come charging out from the depths. Kamu, don't be rash. But before Chrome can convince him otherwise, Kamu slams his greatsword on the floor while surrounded by darkness. Following the sharp clang of crumpling metal, I don't know where I said, why did I say crumpling? Kamu curses indifferently and disappears among the array of red lights. Kamu! As the trio runs into the darkest section of the waterway, they see dozens of fluorescent fish-shaped hetero creatures floating above the collapsed floor. The sound of running water and Kamu's enraged voice can be heard coming up from the hole. Guess I found a secret tunnel straight down. A fall that far and didn't break your legs? I grabbed onto one of those floating fish just in time to break my fall. Don't jump down. The red tide is here. All right, we'll find another route down to rendezvous with you. We'll split up and investigate for now. I told you I was going to scout ahead. He walks away, cursing under his breath. Right at that moment, a strange noise comes from the other side of the previously quiet waterway. What's that over there? The trio returns to the previous location, then walks to the other side in the light of the glow stick. They come upon a fish-shaped hetero creature, floundering as it attempts to heal itself. Who's just here? Seems like the work of an ascendant. Well, since we can't cross the gap back there, let's go this way. After fumbling for half an hour, as they infiltrate the winding network of tunnels, Chrome finally discovers an entrance in the distance behind a curtain. Informing his two comrades, they extinguish the glow sticks and stick them in their bags as they quietly approach. The trio pulls back the curtain to discover an inner chamber. Doesn't look like this is part of the waterway. Did we find a hidden room? Shh, be quiet. Kamui nods and lowers his volume. An old room like this seems to have been part of the waterway. Finding a structure like this must mean this isn't just a waterway. Maybe it has something to do with the underground city. Right as the two of them are lost in thought, a fish floats in front of Kamui. Hetero creature! Kamui, keep it down! Hetero creature. Suddenly, the gentle and quiet voice of a girl comes from behind the trio. There is no sense of aggression in her voice. Had they been elsewhere, the presence of a quiet schoolgirl would not have batted an eye. Who goes there? Looking in the direction of the voice, they see a feeble girl standing among a school of fish-shaped hetero creatures approaching Chrome. Greetings, visitors. I remember reading through Cradle Parade. I saw her. I forgot her name, though. But she was in... Oh, boy. Set among the backdrop of mottled lights, her golden eyes are glossed with a mysterious haze. So chapter 14 is where we first see her, huh? Why have you broken into my greenhouse? The girl raises her slender left hand as countless ribbons of red static envelop her arm. At that moment, the trio needs no explanation as to what they are facing. An ascendant. Without hesitation, Kamui swings his greatsword at the girl. Before he can land a blow, dozens of fish-shaped hetero creatures form an impenetrable wall in front of the girl. No, I'm not an ascendant yet. With each slash from Kamui's greatsword, an endless stream of fish stands in his way. The girl, however, remains standing there motionless, seemingly oblivious to the attack. Kamui, get back here. Roger. He quickly retreats behind Chrome. The wall in front of the girl gradually loosens and returns to their original form as hetero creatures float around her. Continuing to fight won't be a fruitful endeavor. Fortunately, their opponent seems open to discussion, so they should be able to at least gather some information. Why do you want to harm my friends? The girl cradles the remains of a fish, like a newborn baby. She pats the fish in her arms. Red current pours into its remains through the girl's fingertips. The sundered remains reform into the shape of a fish. I take it you're from Babylonia too. Too? Correct. We're the task force from Babylonia. Are you one of Luna's ascendants? No, I'm not an ascendant, and I have nothing to do with the agent Luna. Even though she understands them as her enemy, she shows no intention of attacking. Instead, she looks at Chrome with absent eyes and smiles politely at him. Oh, Cinderella. Okay, that's her name. My name is Cinderella. I'm just a trainee unworthy of Der Meister. Der Meister. Faced with Chrome's question, the girl named Cinderella just gently outstretches the vestige of a wing. This action reminds Chrome of a man with mechanical wings. A man whose name everyone knows is synonymous with danger. By Der Meister, do you mean Gabriel? No. She retracts her damaged wing, stroking the tips of the feathers like a pitiful bird tending to its wings. No, not Mr. Gabriel. My wing is a relic of a friend. A friend? You mean those fish? Hearing Washa's question, Cinderella's eyes drooped down. No, not them. My first friend. I'll bring my friend back one day. Then I'll return this wing. Can't you repair those fish? Repairing them only brings back an empty shell. Der Meister said that if I continue learning from Gabriel, I'll find out a way to bring my friend back. And also... The girl suddenly takes in a cold breath, as if suddenly recalling something or receiving an order. She looks up as if coming to her senses. Her lifeless eyes are full of gloom under the mottled light. Since you're from Babylonia, you'll try to stop Der Meister. My mission isn't to fight, but I must buy time before informing Der Meister. At that moment, the trio hears restless stirring from all around. Following which, Cinderella fades into the darkness. Watch out! Interesting encounter. Wait, what's with that shiny ball? The light inside is growing over time. Maybe it's a timer. What happens if it was full? Yep, well, that answers your question, huh? A new hair creature will pop up. She calls it the greenhouse. It's more like a culturing module. Yep, there's another one over here. I can interact with it. The light orb is controlling the culturing module. We can overload it. Perhaps we can destroy the hetero creatures in it. Ding, 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 ding. Didn't expect them to be hiding in places like this. Are these tanks used for culturing those hetero creatures too? Yeah, maybe there aren't many red tide left now, so they create hetero creatures this way. My orb is almost lit. Hetero creatures, try to destroy these facilities when attacking them. Ahoy! Can't interact with it. Wait. That's one.
この結果はいかがでしょうか。
Get this one. Quick.
全力を出しましょう。フォローをお願いします。
Excuse me while I just turn this off. Okay, never mind. Just kidding. Oh, jeez. Surely I have time for this one, right? Don't hit me. Okay, you hit me. Ooh, what the hell? Oh, look at this fish one, actually. It's kind of cute. Oh, it's like an anglerfish because of the little light antenna it's got. Cinderella gets further ahead. Keep going after her. I can't believe there are plants here. How many secrets does this underground waterway have anyway? I wonder about that too. Cinderella is further ahead. Is this really an underground waterway? No signs of temporary modifications everywhere. These plants are unlike unnormal ones. They're covered by a high concentration of punishing. Is Cinderella there? This is where you'll stop proceeding. My friends, let's shower our guests with red petals. This place reminds me of... what's it called? That one patch. The one with, like, Abyss Tide of Bianca. Watch out for those timers. Hetero creatures here are strong. Gotta clear this out quick before these guys can spawn. Don't come any closer. Come on. Dude, the music in this one is so good. Holy shit, it's intense. Nice. Mission accomplished. Another one. Oh, that's just the first third of it. New woes. Hey, there's Wanshi. Well, we're not all physical. Wanshi is ice, Chrome is lightning, so we're not all that. Yeah, I guess, yeah, Chrome would just be the best one then. Following the final blow from Kamui, the fish-like hetero creatures in the greenhouse are torn to pieces. All that's left is you. Kamui swings his greatsword, but his attack is deflected by a mysterious force. A tall figure saunters out from within the shadowy depths, as if paying no mind to the enemy. Gabriel, if it isn't more Babylonian scum, struggle as you will, it would only be in vain. Gabriel, our database has you marked as Luna's henchman. Does that mean Luna and the other Ascendants are here too? Other Ascendants? Gabriel's vocalizer forces out a sardonic sneer. Those cowards who betrayed the Ascension Network no longer have any right to reside here. Their whereabouts are of no concern to me. You don't care about where your comrades are? I have no interest in weaklings or cowards. Only those that possess absolute power, and power itself, are worthy of my attention. Then why are you still here at the former base? Because of Der Meister. Gabriel's voice fills with reverence and devotion. After that battle, he bestowed me with a new life, and allowed me to bear witness to a new zenith of power. Der Meister. Are you referring to the Ascendant in our database known as Roland? Roland. Uttering this name, Gabriel's tone returns to his former coldness. The Meister I refer to is a different agent. Roland is nothing more than a traitor to the Ascension Network. It's like they have themselves a new agent. Beauty minds. Does the existence of a new agent come as a surprise? Just another nuisance is all. Then let me share with you more good news. Aside from Der Meister, there is yet another agent nearby that is beyond your understanding. So, there are 3 agents. As I've said, there are only 2. As for Miss Luna's whereabouts, I do not know. Any attempt to reconfirm this will only yield the same answer. If you are so curious, I suggest you ask your colleagues. I'm sure they are more aware of the situation considering how long they have been tracking her. You mean Babylonia has been tracking Luna this whole time? Of course. Ever since Miss Luna became an agent right under Babylonia's nose, humanity has coveted her power. Gabriel pulls out his cane from the side of his cloak and points it at Chrome, standing in front. As oblivious as you all are, there's no sense in continuing this conversation. I'd rather finish you myself than disturb Der Meister. Seems like you're his #1 fan. Gabriel takes a step forward. Red sparks begin to emit from his footprints, intertwining with his cold mechanical limbs. Der Meister saved me from the brink of death and bestowed me with this newfound power. Bear witness to this power. Countless red photons coalesce in Gabriel's palm. As he clutches the bright cube, light erupts from the palm of his hand. Amid the blinding red light, Gabriel launches himself headlong as Strike Hawk. Defensive formation! The walls of the greenhouse begin to turn into rubble in the seismic tremors. Smoke and dust fill the room. The defensive formation barely manages to withstand the full might of Gabriel's attack. However, they know now that combat data on Gabriel was far from reality. I take back what I said. You all might be clueless, but you are just like those Grey Ravens. Troubles. You know Grey Raven? Gabriel refrains from answering. Another cube of red light begins to coalesce in his hand. Before it can materialize, it is disrupted by Kamwi's greatsword. Kamwi, don't be reckless. Captain, but fight as a team. Roger. Chrome steps forward. The blade of his scythe swings in an arc. Wanshi swiftly leaps over his 2 comrades surrounding Gabriel and delivers a direct strike to Gabriel's skull from above. Red light erupts from the blow, unleashing a wave of highly concentrated punishing virus into their inward devices. Searing pain spreads across their neural links and penetrates deep into their minds like a sharp blade drilling into their bones. Fall back! Kamwi swings his greatsword backward. Using the inertia of the blast, he defends against the attack and pulls back several meters. Chrome raises his scythe to catch the falling Wanshi, then flings him toward Kamwi. Nice pass! Kamwi catches Wanshi, then gives Chrome a thumbs up. Think you can put me down first? The narrow confines of the greenhouse limit Gabriel's movement. Unable to fly into the air, all he can do is swing his cane and attack the trio with the help of the punishing virus. Clang! Chrome adeptly parries Gabriel's lunge with his scythe. He quickly retracts his weapon, then uses his window of opportunity to leap into the air and slash at his opponent. Gabriel is forced to step back in a hurry. Pulling off his cloak, countless red lights envelop him in preparation to unleash another explosion. Gabriel, Mother, is still resting. Mother? The red light in the greenhouse suddenly disperses in response to the girl. Gabriel retracts his weapon and glares at the nearby trio in contempt. No need to fight in the narrow confines of the greenhouse. Don't think you can run. Run? No. I just don't want to ruin Der Meister's plan. What the hell does that mean? Gabriel sighs in disdain, responding vaguely. Do you really wish to see Der Meister? Leave with me, and I'll give you an opportunity to fulfill your dying wish. If you insist on staying here, I can accompany you to the end. With that, Gabriel takes Cinderella and opens the door on the other side of the greenhouse and stares at the trio. Perfect. Wait until I get my hands on this guy when I see him. Seems like a trap. If we stay here and fight, getting crushed when the room caves in ain't much better. Maybe it's a good idea to get out of this place. They won't let us leave now that we know about the new agent. Also, we can't just ditch Kamo. He doesn't know what happened here. Now let's follow him while we wait for Kamo. What do you say, Captain? Wait. Wanshi, who do you think Cinderella meant by mother? Wanshi ponders the question a while, and quickly spits out a series of unlikely explanations. Based on the word, mother could refer to one of the agents mentioned earlier, uncorrupted, or even a new type of hetero creature. Chrome still has concerns, considering that, whatever the true identity of this mother figure is, it would only put the team in danger of being attacked. He nods to Kamui and Wanshi, signaling them to leave the greenhouse. Following Gabriel and Cinderella, the trio walks down the spacious waterway and arrives at a platform lift. Why would a platform lift be here in a waterway? It's not that surprising. We did just come from an underground greenhouse, after all. I don't think this waterway was really built to drain waste water. Think the Ascendants stay here often? This place might be connected with City 75. Considering that it was a military facility built to prevent war, I wouldn't be surprised if it served multiple functions. From what we observed along the way, I'd assume it's been abandoned for quite some time. Crow motions to Kamui to keep his voice down. The trio slows their pace, distancing themselves from Cinderella and Gabriel up ahead. This is just a theory, but I think this abandoned corridor was opened on short notice as a response to the Longinus arsenal. And I'm guessing it was abandoned due to the quality of the facility. I think you're right. Any more earthquakes and this waterway is going to collapse. Why is this the only shoddy part of the facility? A section of the report on City 75 stated that this facility was expanded to isolate the infected prior to developing the serum. But the punishing virus spread faster than anticipated. The facility was abruptly abandoned before it saw any use. As they are talking, Gabriel and Cinderella disappear around the corner. The trio accelerates their pace to catch up. Among the flurry of footsteps, Chrome hears Kamo on the Strikehawk comlink. Where, you guys. Even though the Strikehawk comlink is more stable than most, his voice intermittently cuts out due to the unique jamming technology of the underground city. We're on the platform lift down here in the waterway. What's your location? Maze. Down here. I'm going. Platform lift. Wait there. Alright, we'll wait for you. Right as Chrome terminates the comlink, the group sees Cinderella, who had disappeared around the corner, now floating in the air. Even though her damaged wing makes flight toilsome, 4 fish-like hetero creatures tightly grip the straps on her clothes and pull her upward. I guess those straps aren't just for looks. Captain, I want a pair of my own. I'll help you put in a request, but don't get your hopes up. Now's not the time, though. I wasn't expecting this kind of escape route from them. Wrong. I'm not going anywhere. Cinderella is no longer needed here. I'm more than enough to serve as your guide. Come with me. You will see a world of pure imagination. Since you've come this far. Nope. Don't think you can retreat. It goes for you too. Be careful, it's a defense cannon. How did you bring this big guy here? I need to conserve some strength, since she's still around. She? Are you talking about the guy who broke in here? Cap, leave to me. Wink. I'll stop it. Doink. Oh, the floor is so hot. Caution, the floor is burnt by the cannon. Let me take some damage. Nice. Dun, 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 dun. I wonder if they're talking about Selena. Because Selena was in the area from Echo Aria. She got put together again, her body. There's so many defense cannons here. The drawbridge is too narrow to dodge attacks. I have a plan. Kamui, you're on defense. Wanshi and I will take the heat and destroy the cannons.
出撃
さっさと片付けないと今回は眠る
Oh
つも
shit.
りはないよ。
出撃俺は負けねえ
There we go. I gotta be really quick with the swapping.
戦闘なら俺に任せてくれ出撃
Oh, whoops. Kamui, switch with us. After you block it, we'll take the damage.
俺は負けねえ出撃俺は負けねえ進み続ける者が勝つ
There we go.
フォローをお願いします
さっさと片付けないと。
出撃戦闘なら俺に任せてくれ出撃
Ah,
さっ
jeez.
さと片付けないとね。
God damn it.
続ける者が勝つ出撃戦闘なら俺に任せてくれ進み続ける者が
Damage
勝
is
つ
getting severe. We must leave here soon. You're telling me, man. He's over there. You're not going anywhere. The wolf rushes into the lion's jaws.
フォロ
Ah,
ーをお願いします
Jesus.
激殺する。目を閉じて安らかに眠れ。
Cinderelic, they're all yours. What?
ああ、疲れた。
What's she gonna do? More battling, eh? Recycle prisoner. After a chaotic flash of red, Gabriel disappears above, leaving only Cinderella floating in the air as she is pulled by 4 fish. She quietly looks down at the platform below like a doll hanging on a rope to dry. Suddenly, hetero creatures begin to pile up on the platform lift. Along with them, the punishing concentration also begins to rise. Fortunately, the trio's special reinforcements for this mission barely managed to keep the corruption rate just below critical. Didn't that guy say he wasn't going anywhere? Let's take care of the enemies in our way first. With concerted effort, the hetero creatures begin to decrease in number under the trio's barrage of firepower. I really do like Cinderella's design. It's really cool. Cinderella places her hands before her, as if in prayer, and sighs gently. She seems to be doing something. Doesn't matter, we got this. Turn back time. The platform begins to shake violently. The accumulating punishing virus transforms into a red electric current, climbing up the platform and into her wing. The wing begins to expand under the effects of the punishing virus. A radiant red light envelops Cinderella. Amid the blinding light, she descends to the base of the platform. The ball of light enveloping Cinderella leaves a trail of crimson snowflakes. The remains at the base of the platform begin to shake under its powerful force. Chrome sprints toward the blinding ball of light, slicing the red current with his scythe. His blade rends the hetero creatures, protecting Cinderella in twain, and the tip of his scythe penetrates the heart of the blinding light from above. However, a deafening rumble reveals that the remains of the hetero creatures have taken a new shape. Jitterbombs? Even though the explosive power of a jitterbomb is not particularly strong, such a large number in the confined space is sure to be fatal. Where'd Cinderella go? The platform now covered in glowing red jitter bombs. Cinderella is gone without a trace. Get higher ground, now! Chrome fires a grappling hook to the top of the shaft, hooking onto a wall. You sure came prepared, Captain. Grab onto me. Got it. Kamui grabs onto Wanshi's collar. Nice. I just immediately pictured that in my head. It's kind of funny. Then lunges and grabs onto Chrome's ankle as he's hoisted into the air. Right as the trio is hoisted into the upper rafters of the shaft, the thunderous boom of an explosion comes from below. That's my captain. We're almost... Why didn't you do that earlier? Before Kamui could finish speaking, Cinderella appears before them and unleashes a downpour of arrow-like plumes coated in concentrated punishing virus. Hanging onto Chrome, Kamui and Wanshi are certain they are unable to dodge the barrage in time. But to their surprise, Chrome releases the pulley on the grappling hook, causing the trio to repel rapidly. The barrage of feathers originally aimed at Kamui and Wanshi are now aimed directly at Chrome. A bolt of lightning vaporizes a majority of the feathers. However, a few still manage to find their mark on Chrome's shoulder. Captain! Brace for landing! The trio rappels firmly onto the base of the platform and looks up at Cinderella. Because the limited speed of the grappling hook is prone to turning us into a moving target. Right as you said, turn back time. Those things turned into jitter bombs. Is that what you once were? Mimicry. Camouflage. This is something that almost all creatures do. Oh, mimicry. What? I'm sorry. I'm stupid. Mimicry. I saw the word cry before I saw the entire thing. That's why I went cry, not mimicry. Cinderella reaches out her hand and strokes her wing. It used to do that when it was little, so... Is that why you pray to the past? Cinderella furrows her brows to the trio's surprise. She quietly waves farewell as the fish carry her away. You're running away too? It's here. She points her slender finger up as a dark, stalwart figure descends from above. It appears with a familiar figure. Seeing as you passed the test, you are deserving of a more fitting reception. Witness their Meister's creation. A hissing roar fills the area, causing their audio modules to tremble. Somehow they sense sadness and despair emanating from the stalwart figure. Such an opportunity is a rare treat. Let me give you a bonus question. How many constructs from Babylonia do you think it is assembled from? You. Piece of cake, Captain. Let's destroy it like the other corrupted. Strike Hawk, prepare for battle. Platform lift is ascending. Looks like it wants to send us to the bottom. Is that its destination? Ready to engage. Oh shit. Oh. No problem. Okay, problem. Recycle prisoner. Corrupted construct. There's 3 of them. Oh. Yeah, your frame. It's not a problem. You can hold it out. Oh boy. And then eventually he'll get his other frame. The one he was testing earlier. Ooh. Just about halfway. Perfectionism. Take a drink here. The numerous frame and no, not numerous. Whoops. I looked at the second line of text. The massive frame in front of them crumbles into a pile of countless remains, scattering on the floor. Numerous neural cables and parts protrude from its hulking arms, some of which are still covered with Babylonia's manufacturing logo. Oh god, they were all made by various constructs of Babylonian. It's not like you to frown at corrupted, Captain. They're already corrupted. Suddenly they hear a round of applause from above. The trio looks up to see Gabriel clapping at the edge of the platform lift. If champions such as yourselves are willing to stay and offer your strength to the Ascension Network, I'm sure Der Meister would welcome you with open arms. To hell with that. If I'm off every day of the week, I might be willing to consider it. Are you out of your mind? I'm just saying. Only if I don't have to work. With their usual banter, Chrome manages to smile despite their current predicament. Well, there's your answer. We won't stay here, nor will we serve the agents. Since you've rejected my kindness, I'll leave you in the elevator shaft to become nutrients for the red tide. The platform begins to shake as the surrounding punching concentration begins to skyrocket. We're going to drown here. I don't want to become a fish, Captain. Get out your grappling hook. Gabriel looks down coldly from the rafters of the shaft, as if waiting for the opportune moment to strike them midair. Regardless, being attacked by Gabriel midair is preferable over drowning in the red tide. Chrome takes out the rope, quickly grabs his comrades, then leaps into the air. Right as Gabriel is about to strike the coupling, the feeling of indescribable oppression comes from above. He takes 2 steps back, then looks up with Cinderelic and salutes. What brings Babylonia here? Oh? Chrome looks up to see a man dressed in black appear on the upper edge of the platform lift. Give me some more time. I've got this under control. No matter. I'm just here to see who's giving you so much trouble. Sorry for the delay. He looks at Strikehawk hanging from the rope, as if any move they make will be met with repercussions. Mr. Gabriel left them for me to get some combat training. Cinderella's salute and indifferent expression makes it seem as if she is merely facing a teacher rather than the mighty power of an agent. This guy looks cool as fuck. And the results of said training? They're almost as strong as Grey Raven. Cinderella's failure is to be expected. Oh, I recall you mentioning that team. He smiles with great interest and takes a serious look at the person in front of them. I hope they are worthy of your recommendation. Standing on high ground, he waves his hand at Gabriel. Enough. See to your guest. She's looking for you. It's her. Correct. I've enhanced your frame. Don't let her get the best of you, like last time. I won't let you down, Mr. Vonnegut. Isn't that the name of that writer? The agent by the name of Vonnegut turns to Chrome, then puts his index finger to his lips, as if gesturing shh. That's a secret. He withdraws his several steps and gestures them to approach. Dude, he looks so fucking cool. His mask. Come. Hanging on a rope is not my way of treating guests. Seeing them remain where they hang, he smiles as if to welcome them. You don't think I'm going to catch you off guard, do you? Well then, come on now. The trio quickly climbs up the rope to the top of the platform lift. Vonnegut once again gives them a welcoming gesture. like that of a kind and dignified lord receiving guests at his estate. Holy shit, this guy looks cool. Welcome to my temporary base. I assumed Alpha was going to bring the Grey Raven Gabriel, as mentioned. I wasn't expecting the likes of you. But considering that Gabriel advocates on your behalf, I'm inclined to trust his intuition. Alpha, you mean the Ascendant that serves Luna? Hearing this name, Chrome's palms begin to sweat. If Alpha is here too, she is likely to be with Luna. If they can locate Luna, Usabeni will be free of some suspicion. Seems like you've still got a lot to learn about her. Chrome had received intel on the Ascendants prior to the mission. However, the report on Alpha only stated that she serves Luna, and that the two are sisters. As for her combat ability, it was only marked with warning in red letters. She's OP, basically. If such a powerful Ascendant wanted to destroy them, why would Alpha let them waltz right into the base? As if noticing Chrome's contemplation, Vonnegut begins to speak of Luna. I once saw Luna not long ago. She was an outstanding agent. Prior to that, she worked diligently to carry out responsibilities entrusted to her by Asnet. Additionally, having been selected as an agent during its preliminary development, she was able to witness the evolution of Asnet. The evolution of Ascension Network. You mean it's stronger than before? Correct. It's not only more powerful, but also more stringent in its demands for selecting agents. Even though the concept of agents has changed, no one can deny her credit as a pioneer. And to that, we owe our gratitude to Luna. Now, she is most likely no longer eligible to serve as an agent. But, as one of our predecessors, not only has she aided in the evolution of the Ascension Network, she has also been diverting humanity's firepower away from us, allowing the later generation of agents to remain hidden from view. She's been diverting their firepower. You mean Babylonia has been tracking Luna this whole time? Of course. Ever since Miss Luna became an agent right under Babylonia's nose, humanity has coveted her power. They're so focused on Luna that they let a bunch of other Ascendants start to show a bunch of agents. If agents are as strong as you claim, why worry about being pursued by humanity? Do you think Earth fears humanity? Most of our humanity spreads, devours, pollutes, and destroys the Earth like a virus. They are full of cruel and cunning ideas, allowing them to find their way into every nook and cranny. These people were responsible for the zero-point reactor meltdown that created the punishing virus. Not only that, Earth has nearly perished several times at the hands of humanity over the course of its long history. Even ignoring history, I'm sure you have experienced numerous disasters caused by humanity. Therefore, we must separate the sheep from the goats, as the shepherds do, and bury the wicked in the shadow of history. Only then can the world endure the long winter, and one day welcome the coming warmth of spring. He stretches out his hand as if acting out an all too familiar script. Until then, the whole world still fears the follies of man. Of course, agents must tread with equal heedfulness, should they not? He appears calm and speaks at ease. Although he says that they should fear the follies of man, there is no look of tension or fear. Standing among the group, he has the demeanor of an astute orator, calmly sharing pearls of knowledge gathered through personal anecdotes. Even as agents, we must continue to improve, learn, and adapt. Much like the Dunning-Kruger effect states, people will only step on the path to self-improvement once they realize their own shortcomings. His words lack any sense of self-aggrandizing. He is like a modest teacher standing before the enemy. However, Chrome knows this modesty comes from the confidence of knowing that, no matter what happens, he can handle it with ease. It is precisely because of his overwhelming power he is able to speak so freely about weakness and secrecy in front of his enemies. If anything appears unnatural, it's that he keeps inadvertently glancing at Kamui's waist. Continuing to listen to Vonnegut's musings, Chrome turns his head slightly and glances at Kamui to figure out the cause of such an irregularity. It appears that a buckle in Kamui's tactical belt had become loose during the previous ordeal. Is that it? As an agent, I have long been searching for those worthy of building a better world with me. However, few are capable of passing the preliminary filtering. Even fewer are willing to go beyond that. Even though they are capable of becoming immune to the punishing virus, they lack the power needed to build a better tomorrow. As Vonnegut speaks, he glances at Kamui's waist once more. However, Chrome is able to catch the point of interest. His gaze does, in fact, fall upon the loose buckle. These people are nothing but fragile eggs, too. Although a bit untimely, Chrome politely interrupts Vonnegut to confirm who he is dealing with exactly. Pardon me. Kamui. Chrome turns around and fastens the loose buckle in Kamui's tactical belt. Huh? What does that matter at a time like this? Seeing this, Vonnegut lets out a hearty laugh in satisfaction. Either you have an eye for detail, or you're a perfectionist just like me. Seems Gabriel's intuition was right. I think you and I will get along swimmingly. As I was saying, Vonnegut opens his arms to the trio cheerfully and looks them over. I hope you can also pass the filtering. Each splendid seed should be sowed on the road to tomorrow. I refuse. Your answer comes at no surprise, but tell me why. Perhaps we don't need to fight each other. After all, everything I am doing is to provide a future for Earth. A future that only belongs to you. How do you define you? I'm obviously referring to the Ascendants and Corrupted. Ascendants. Corrupted. Don't forget that we were once human. We were once constructs. Even machines created by humanity have gained sentience. They have feelings and minds like us. For hundreds of millions of years, microscopic organisms such as harmful bacteria and viruses inhabited the earth alongside animals. Prior to the punishing virus, how do you think life managed to survive infection and disease? Evolution, or rather, the filtering. Correct. I assume you're their captain. Organisms that can resist disease give birth to offspring with higher immunity. Those that are weak, regardless of their time of birth, will only rot, thereby becoming nourishments for the land. During the filtering, organisms will gradually evolve. This is the order of the world. Now, the corrupted have evolved into the red tide, the likes of which has turned into a breeding ground for new forms of life. The dead become nutrients for the creation of new life. This is the will of punishing virus. The Ascension Network is no different. However, this filtering will come at the cost of most people. Life must be cruel, only to be more beautiful. Vonnegut smiles as he focuses his gaze on Chrome. It seems your invert device is different from others. Interesting. Humans still manage occasional moments of brilliance in their struggle. But alas, this brilliance is too insignificant to assure victory. But even with the slightest ray of hope, we will await the day it expels darkness. Wait. Wait. Vonnegut places his hands behind his back and ruminates over the word. And if the punishing virus shows no signs of subsiding, You'll take solace in such frivolity as you wait. However, there is no room for leisure now. Humanity will stop at nothing. The people you've deemed unfit continue to make changes. But I only see that they are complacent and stuck in the ways of the past. Not to mention, some have not given up killing each other in the name of science. How long can your persistence and stubbornness last in this struggle while still upholding these pedantic ideas? He averts his gaze from the three faces and lowers his head in disappointment. In the dark waterway, the dusty lights begin to flash. Ooh. Faded maze. Their surroundings begin to disintegrate. The flickering lights and image of Vonnegut begin to drift in space. The visual module is being hacked. Oh, is that all? Suddenly, numerous ear-piercing alarms begin to buzz in his ears. Memory deviation at 31.217%. Record erased. Listen to the fear in your heart. I used to respect that guy, but now he's just a useless tool. Establishing simulation link. Memory deviation at 30.316%. Place him on the front line. He can recall if he dies. Record erased. Establishing simulation link. By the look of it, the chief is no longer Langston. Record erased. Establishing simulation link. Establishing simulation link. Establishing simulation link. Chrome's field of vision gradually returns amid the frenzy of alarms. He finally finds himself before a red warning screen. It is not so much fear as it is disgust engraved in his memories. Smith had long been perfected. I brought you back as my son to make you a Smith and become the perfect me. No, it's not like that. Langston, as my son, you know what to do, don't you? I've already broken free from my shackles. You are a failure. Nothing you have ever done has surmounted to anything. It's always been like that. No, I've already gotten what matters the most. The agent will crush your teammates one by one. Those you respect will be framed and put to death, and now you are powerless. Ignoring the ear-piercing noise, Chrome silently grabs his weapon. You want to protect them? You want to protect those who are doomed to abandon you? Constructs are only seen as a convenient tool you saw for yourself. The moment you became a construct, you became a loser. You'll never be the chief. You'll never be a true commandant. Now you are only a tool. Doubt, undeniable doubt. This doubt has persisted in his heart over countless missions and battles, like a cobweb forming in the corner of a wall. Now this doubt has become amplified and restless by some unknown power. A bolt of lightning carrying Chrome's conviction shatters the darkness before him, silencing the cacophony. Slowly his mind begins to stabilize, only for warning alerts to immediately start buzzing again. Chrome's field of vision fills with contorted streaks of vibrant red. A familiar pain bites at his nerves, rippling throughout his entire body. Warning, memory overload. 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 You are worthless. You failed to live up to your father's expectations. How dare you even call him dad? Chrome waves his scythe at the shapeless onslaught of noise once more. Firm denial, unbearable pain. Everything seems to be ridiculing his choices again and again. The detestable but all too familiar memories stab at his fingertips. All of the nerve endings in his entire body begin to fire in rhythm. Each breath feels as if knives are carving out his bones. There is nothing at the end of the road you have chosen. With an agonizing breath, another bolt of lightning shatters the darkness and steals his conviction. The ground begins to rumble slightly, as if someone is laughing nearby. As long as I disable my visual and audio modules, there's no way for you to hack me. Even though intuition is guiding his judgment, Chrome is resolute in his decision. The ground begins to rumble again, as if the person laughing had taken a few steps closer. An invisible coercive force quickly approaches from the left. As for what the force is, it is the gust of wind from a blade. Clang. Chrome's scythe collides with metal. The violent impact sends vibrations through his palms, numbing his knuckles. With his usual resilience, Chrome would typically be unfazed by the pain from such intense vibrations. However, with his visual and audio modules disabled, there was only one method to maintain his agility in combat. Improve the sensitivity of all modules in his perception cluster, even if it will cause severe pain. No. Pain is necessary to maintain mind stability with his visual and audio modules disabled. Gusts of frigid wind attack from the left and right. Chrome turns to dodge the attack from the left while using his scythe to block the blade approaching from the right. Got you. Right as Chrome finds an opening, he charges his scythe with lightning and strikes in the direction of the wind. Bullseye. Even though he has clearly landed a blow, there is no sense of struggle or pain typical of being stabbed. Instead, the enemy remains motionless, like a stalwart wall. Oh no, I have a bad feeling about those. A wall? Is this a defense barrier? Someone answers from the point of impact. Despite being unable to hear what is said, he can sense the subtle vibration from the sound. He wants to retreat, but his weapon is held in place by a mysterious force. Suddenly, Chrome feels the crushing sensation of being choked. He feels as if his body is being corrupted by the punishing virus, which intensifies the magnitude of pain as if he is being skinned alive. Still, Chrome continues to struggle alone in the darkness. I can't. He grips his weapon tightly, even though he feels the searing pain of his broken knuckles. He has lost all perception of his hands. Regaining control of his weapon, Chrome unleashes an all-out attack at the enemy, choking him. Right as the blade connects with the enemy, the figure releases Chrome and takes several steps back. Although he escapes the enemy's vice grip, Chrome is temporarily stun-locked due to the agonizing pain and corruption. Just before he senses the subtle vibration of the opponent's footsteps approaching again, someone with high punishing corruption quickly ambushes the enemy from behind. Giving himself no time to catch his breath, Chrome uses this opportunity to turn and search for his teammates. Calmly, Wanshi. He still remembers their general position before blacking out. After fumbling along his memory for a few steps, a quivering breath brushes against his broken fingertips on the left. Who's there? Wanshi? Feeling his face, Chrome is vaguely able to recognize the contour of Wanshi's face. Chrome grabs his shoulders and senses Wanshi trying to open the buttoned-up pocket of his tactical bag. What is Wanshi seeing? Drowning in the hallucination, Chrome no longer is able to exert control over his body. Still, he struggles to take out the contents of his carrying bag. Perhaps it will be of some use to Wanshi. Chrome fumbles to help him open the intricate series of buttons on his carrying bag. If they get out of here alive, Chrome is going to request an easier bag to open for Wanshi first thing. Just as this trivial thought comes to mind, the vibrations from the two people fighting gradually disappear. Instead, they are replaced by an earthquake-like rumble from beneath the lift. The individual who had ambushed the enemy from behind approaches him and stops nearby. Camus? The rumbling from below grows in intensity. Even if there is still risk of being hacked, Chrome does not hesitate to activate the previously disabled modules. With vision and hearing gradually restored, Chrome looks around to see Kamui, who normally has a sunny disposition, wearing a look of agonizing pain. Koya! Koya! Kamui, you damn troglodyte, wake the hell up! Seeing that Kamui is still unconscious, Kamu slams his fist on his chest. Still not fully awake, Kamu gives him a swift kick in the pants. Just now waking up, Wanshi sits up feebly, and looks at Kamui anxiously. He is still grasping an empty syringe with trembling hands, which he had just taken out of the open carrying bag. Does he have any painful memories? Wake up, damn it! Kamui is shaken awake by Kamu. He rubs his dizzy eyes, leaving traces of pain on his face. Koya. Seeing the dark waterway in front of him, Kamui realizes that he was hallucinating just now. He stands up and gives a cheery, untimely smile to Kamu, who returns the look with a grimace. When did you get here? Just now. You and Wanshi were lying on the ground. Oh, I don't know why, but I found myself trapped playing a level I was stuck on for a month. Is that what happened to you guys too? The agent hacked our audio and visual modules. Whew. At least that wasn't real. But after reflecting on his hallucination, his smile quickly fades. No. It was... Seeing Kamui wake up, Chrome breathes a heavy sigh of relief, then adjusts the sensitivity of his perception module back to normal. Even still, the trauma and pain he experienced in the dark had far exceeded the limit of what most people could endure. Wait, where is that guy? They look around to see no sign of Vonnegut. Beneath the floor, the sound of rumbling is like a countdown to impending death. Suddenly, immense pressure causes a crack to form in the floor as the red tide spews out from within. Looks like that wasn't the last of the red tide. It's more diluted than before, but there's still a ton of it. We need to get out of here. Four of them quickly run to the exit, but at this speed, sooner or later they will be surrounded by the red tide and the hetero creatures occupying the waterway. Kamu, get Wanshi and Kamui out of here. What's the big idea? I'll try and hold off the red tide to buy you all some time. Let me help you. Not like the red tide will do anything to me. On the way here, I found some switches that opened up some secret passages. It'll be easier if I just show you. Captain! Forget it. You won't listen anyway. Wanshi, let's go clear the way. Alright, but don't wait up for us. Relax. Wanshi, let's go. Alright, be sure to come back in one piece. Whew, that entire sequence was intense. I liked it though. I just came up from below. The red tide over there is not enough to flood the whole underground waterway. But you don't need so many red tides to kill constructs. Get out of here. If it isn't flooded, the concentration of punishing here, even if it isn't flooded, the concentration of punishing here is high enough to make us corrupted. There are intercepted hetero creatures everywhere. Fall back while fighting. Look for a passage to the upper level. You are not only injured, but also corrupted. I wish Wanshi were here. Damn, it's not even time for repairs. Here they come. Oh shit. Yeah. Nice. Look for the passage to the upper floor. Let's keep going. Oh, it's rumbling. The concentration punishing is still rising. Better stay away from me too, or you'll get worse. There you go again.
この結果はいかがでしょうか。
Ah,
私の後ろに
get to the upper level from the complicated region. Ooh. More corrupted.
この結果はいかがでしょうか。
Living corrupted defeated for now. Out of my way. Keep moving forward. This way. Corruption level. Should we go up or oh? I figured we'd have to go up those stairs, but no. Here we are. Oh. There's more here? Okay, let's go. Oh, I see the corner, the edges of the frame of the screen. You know, it's punishing coming in. I see something over here. Is that something? Or is that just light? Oh, it's just a light. Oh shit. Is there something here we can use? No? Over here? This way? Nope. This way. Unable to obtain signal orbs. That's not good. Just fell. So we can't generate any more orbs. Control level's way too high. Chrome's gonna need his new frame now. The red tide is about to flood here. Hurry! Hurry up! Go up the ladder to the upper floor. No, you go first. Bamu! Don't you hear that? A mass of hetero creatures are coming. One of us should be left behind to take care of it. If these get through, none of us will be able to get out. Bamu. Take care. Meet us soon. He'll be fine, I believe. Right? Surely. Nice. Surely Kamu will be okay. About the quarter of the way through. No response. Climbing the ladder, the ground underfoot begins to rumble slightly. The source of the rumbling not only comes from Kamu fighting against the enemy down below, but also from the heterotide, rushing toward Chrome from above. Facing the surging wave of hetero creatures, Chrome is forced to defend his position in front of the ladder. Even if the corruption of his frame reaches critical mass, he will still continue to fight. However, this is no foolhardy self-sacrifice. Rather, sensing that the level of corruption is no longer rising, he detects something about this strange anomaly. I'll take a page out of your playbook. As long as he can hold on a little longer, and intercept the enemies rushing toward him. His determination might just be able to pull off such a Hail Mary. Even then, he can barely keep such an unspeakable plan suppressed in the bottom of his heart. Chrome takes a step forward. His scythe enveloped in lightning slashes the hetero creature, smashing wave after wave into pieces. But right as he catches a glimpse of victory, he hears the sound of ominous footsteps slowly approaching. I'm sure you'd think it's a miracle if you made it out here alive. Or you're still choosing to sacrifice yourself to save your comrades. Chrome remains silent. He stands firmly and continues to block the oncoming wave of hetero creatures. Interesting. The hetero creatures in front of him suddenly halt their attack, as if they had received the signal. Most leaders shoulder immense weight. They rise fast and fall even harder. Seems you are no different. But I won't let that day come. Faced with Chrome's conviction, Vonnegut quietly walks forward. Electric currents of punishing virus hiss beneath his feet like raging waves as if to tear the narrow space apart. Show me everything you've got. Countless crimson tendrils leap out from the ground and strike, all targeting Chrome's inward device. Chrome remains undaunted. He dodges the attack and rushes toward Vonnegut. Just as he is about to reach his opponent, he picks up the motionless remains of a nearby hetero creature with his scythe as a shield. Blocking the attack, the golden lightning from his scythe unleashes a thunderclap. Clang. Chrome strikes Vonnegut's defense barrier with all of his might. You've already tried using brute force. Think again. Chrome grips his scythe tightly, condensing all of the lightning into the tip of his blade. With the scorching heat of a meteor strike, he smashes Vonnegut's barrier once more. Following a slight cracking sound, the tip of the scythe finally manages to penetrate the seemingly indestructible defense barrier. You can still maintain consciousness at this level of corruption. You are indeed a splendid seed. He looks at the weapon puncturing his defense barrier and nods in faint appreciation. What you lack is not courage, ingenuity, or skill, but pure and raw. Oh. As I've said before, the speed of humanity's technological progress can't ensure victory. With the potential and progress you have shown me, I'll give you some more time to blossom. He places his hands behind his back and deactivates the punctured defense barrier. He takes a step back, noticing Chrome at his limit. As a sign of respect for your bravery, I'll call them off your comrades. Right as Vonnegut finishes speaking, the hetero creatures within the waterway quickly recede like the tide. One more thing. The transport craft you flew in on has been constantly sending eyes in search of you. They're no match for corruption, but that doesn't mean they will stop recording. If the investigators recover them, that could spell trouble in the future. So I've had Cinderella take care of the transport craft for you. She said that there were some other issues, but that doesn't concern us. So Cinderella didn't get involved. Is your loyalty really worth it? Light and darkness coexist. Don't you share a similar view? Faced with Chrome's answer, Vonnegut simply smiles and says nothing more. He turns and walks into the dark tunnel. Climbing up along the corroded floor, Kamlu squeezes through a half-collapsed hole. You're back. Everything okay? Seeing Kamlu return, Chrome wants to stand up, but the split legs of his frame make him unable to maintain balance. Even a cursory glance shows that his frame is seriously corrupted and damaged. I was going to ask you that. Take a good look at yourself. I'm fine. I don't care what you say. We need to get you to a doctor. I've already tended to the captain's wounds. At least his injuries won't get any worse for the time being. Let's hurry back. There's nothing more we can do here. All right, we're all here. Let's get going. Captain, Let me carry you. No need. I can walk. Chrome responds coherently, but the others can tell he is struggling to hide his fatigue, and that he is barely holding on. I know I said to stay awake, but I didn't say you had to stay moving. Exactly. Wanshi said your wounds will get worse if you keep at it. We need to get you back ASAP. Are you still here because of me? There's only one transport craft back. The one that brought you here is gone. If we left you here, we might be attacked by that agent again. Kamui, grab the captain and let's go. You got it. Chrome tries to refuse, but Kamui throws him over his shoulder without much resistance. Unable to move due to his serious injuries, Chrome has no choice but to give up the struggle. Full speed ahead. After Strikehawk evacuates, two shadowy figures emerge from the scorched ruins. Can he really make it back with those injuries? I've done what I can to stop his punishing concentration from rising past the point of no return. He should be able to make it back safely. Make it safely back to Babylonia. The figure in the shadows lets out a soft, cheerful laugh. Even if he manages to hold out, it'll take him over a month for his frame to recover. Why this special treatment? The man laughs, then points at her forehead. This is a declaration of war. I need to keep him alive so he can deliver my message to those bastards playing mind games right at my doorstep. Unsure of what this means, the girl tilts her head to the side in confusion. Forget it. I'm just trying to lure those snakes out of hiding again. After all, to them, only the dead stay quiet. But in the past, you did whatever you could to cover our tracks so the humans couldn't find us. But now, you're bringing them right to us? This isn't the first time we've made our presence known. We just stopped for a brief period of time. Ever since I first laid my eyes on the red tide, I knew that the future foretold by Asna was within our grasp. Lions can't expect to capture an elephant merely waiting in the shade. Now is our time to go on the offensive. Not to mention, Alpha is going to stop at nothing to redirect humanity's spears away from Luna, and onto me anyway. Even if you kill them, the same thing will happen in the future. You could get rid of Alpha, but then Luna will just become the next ticking time bomb, and we don't know where she is. I've been collecting food to feed the Red Tide. If they're willing to send us delivery, all the better. I'm sure she will express her sincere gratitude for such a mutually beneficial victory. Are you worried about him? Yes. Relax, dear child. I've never known a human to return to Earth after arriving in Babylonia. You'll never see him again. Okay. Our priority now is your mother. I'm sure that won't be the last of them. I'll leave you to protect her. I'm needed elsewhere. The girl nods, then takes the crystal pyramid from him. Do you know what this does? Or do you know what this does? Yes. It's hard to know when we know who's talking. I don't know why they have to put like question marks for their names. The transport craft steadily enters low Earth orbit. Kamu enters the isolation chamber, while Kamui and Wanshi show signs of trepidation. Wanshi inspects Chrome's invert device again. Even though his frame was heavily damaged from battle and corruption, his invert device is relatively intact. With all this damage, even if everything goes according to plan, you're going to be out of commission for over a month. Chrome forces a nod. Feeling weak, he can only lean against the cabin wall. The dark sky outside the window makes him drowsy. Prior to their departure, Chrome canceled the countdown for the distress distress call and sent an emergency evacuation request to the nearby task force, hoping that they stop their search and rescue mission and evacuate ASAP. If the squad encounters the agent, there will only be one outcome. Death. For Chrome, he had long since grown acquainted with the word death. This is war. He recalls what his father had said to him. Death is inevitable. That is also what his father had said. As long as you are a soldier on the battlefield, your day will come. I've already applied for your transfer. Thank you for your outstanding performance during the mission. A few old memories fill Chrome's mind. Before that, he had experienced a catastrophic failure, but that gave Chrome a new life. What about this time? Even if it was the worst case scenario, at least I protected everyone. With this feeling, Chrome recalls the thought that had flashed through his mind right before his final encounter with Vonnegut. If it wasn't the worst case scenario, if only he could hold onto an ounce of hope. If he is able to transfer into his new frame early due to the damages sustained in battle, since Usabeni has been the only one resistant to corruption, he will be able to temporarily free the Commandant to stabilize the corruption and other issues caused by mind deviation. Working alongside Usabeni, Chrome will have a better chance of destroying that secret base. Then, Langston, you know what to do as my son, don't you? Gather everything that is of use, put them together, then create a perfect me. I'm going to achieve this goal my own way, Dad. But this goal, no matter how sought after it is, it cannot be his final destination. It's like I'm going to spend a month in the Star of Life while they repair my frame. Considering all of the surveillance lately, perhaps spending a month in the Star of Life recovering will be more suitable for the opposition's plans. During his meeting with Usabeni, even though he did not reveal anything to the opposition, he did give them a new target. Even still, Chrome has no regrets. He has to make sure of the Commandant's willingness before he saves the next life. After his meeting with Usabeni, the Commandant's willingness was without a doubt. Whether he has to become the rat to free Usabeni or require the Commandant's assistance, he must stay alive. He has to achieve his goal his own way. I can't let them stop me. He has to take action, even under these circumstances. I can't get a hold of the Star of Life. I wanted to see if they're still taking patients. Is their comlink down? Is there a signal jammer nearby? Chrome wants to ask Wanshi. Does corruption and wounds make him unable to speak? I think someone planted something next to the engine. I didn't really look at it too closely before takeoff because we were in such a hurry. It's not safe to check during flight either. Call them when we get back to base. They all nod. Silence falls over them among the rumbling of the transport craft. Chrome wants to share his suspicions with everyone, but even his vision begins to fade. He does not know what might happen if he passes out here. Wanshi has not specified. But by the look on his face, it definitely would not be good. I must stay awake and leave a clue. Chrome struggles to gain control over his broken finger. A29. He writes this simple message on the palm of his hand with the vital fluid exuding from his fingertip. Column A, number 29. This is the address for Asimov in his terminal's directory. Most of the time, Asimov is in his workshop where he cannot be reached. Only this address is able to reach him regarding top secret information. In addition, only those involved in those top secret projects know this address. If they are willing to use heavy-handed means to interfere with his plans, such as signal jammers, he has no choice but to write this glimmer of hope on his hand. If his assumption is correct, Wanshi and Kamui will understand this clue as they check each invalid comlink. After all, they are sure to connect the dots while looking at the directory itself. In order to make the number more apparent, Chrome once again struggles to gain control over his fingertip. Pain. Deep, agonizing pain. Prior to this mission, Chrome has not used pain to stay conscious for quite some time. Somehow this gives Chrome a season of bitter nostalgia. Steadily arriving at the predetermined landing zone, Babylonia is already shrouded in artificial night. For Chrome, the imaginary moon hanging outside the window has accompanied him for countless nights at FOS College. Countless days. Work, repeat. Train, repeat. Struggle, repeat. All to keep Langston Smith on top. But now, there was no need for such a cold, relentless pursuit of perfection. Becoming a smith was no longer his sole pursuit. Perhaps it is the sense of familiarity that gives him a little peace of mind, or perhaps that he has already reached the limit. Chrome's memory once again begins to sink into itself. We made it! Leave the transport ship so we can finally contact the Star of Life. Roger, I'll get the captain off the ship. His condition is getting worse. Carry him and keep him steady. Thanks. Sorry for the trouble. Chrome wants to say that, but he cannot spit out a single word. Wait, can't we? There's something written on the captain's hand. A29. That wasn't there before boarding the plane. Did he want to tell us this but couldn't? It seems that his vocalizer has been destroyed. Go to the Star of Life before looking into this. Wanshi grabs Chrome's hand and wipes it clean. Let's go. Reliable comrades, reliable friends, a real sense of security. He thinks of how fortunate he is for being the captain of Strike Hawk. Hey. Before Chrome falls into a coma, Kamui sees a smile on the corner of his mouth. Although it is now early morning, according to human convention, there are still several personnel on the landing platform performing maintenance on transport crafts. They are somewhat surprised to see the safety hatch open halfway as a blonde figure rushes out from within. The young man, who personnel could always tell he was laughing even by looking at the back of his head, is now in a state of panic. Hey, is there a medic? Military personnel returning from Earth. Turn left and proceed through the sterilization tunnel. Then you can take a regional shuttle to the ER at the Star of Life. The staff member standing behind the right partition simply recites the regulations apathetically. Hearing this formulaic response, Kamui remains silent, quiet. Instead, he rushes in the direction of the sterilization tunnel with Chrome lying unconscious in his arms. After seeing them disappear, the workers behind the partition get together and begin to gossip. The guy he was carrying, that wasn't one of the Smiths, was it? What the hell was their mission? I wouldn't be this surprised even if the Grey Raven's commandant came back in this condition one day. And their commandant is a human. But him, I want to see the look on Smith's face. Passing the evacuation corridor, Kamui runs into the sterilization tunnel with Chrome in his arms. Kamui and Wanshi follow in close pursuit. This door separates here. I won't be of any use to him. Hearing this, Wanshi wants to say something to Kamui, but he keeps quiet. I'll let you know when everything is under control. Don't worry. A small central purification filter rumbles in the background. Kamui looks at Kamui and Chrome in his arms. Standing among the sterilization spray, silence hangs over the group. No one knows what to say at a time like this. A prompt signals that the sterilization is complete. Kamui nods and waves goodbye. After watching Kamui leave, Wanshi and Kamui carry Chrome to the regional shuttle. Upon returning to this familiar yet disturbing place, the Star of Life seems to be more chaotic than what Wanshi remembers. Due to the large-scale battle in City 75, the Star of Life, which had a reputation for being busy, is now a hellscape of blood and vital fluid. Before the battle even began, the staff anticipated a large number of casualties, but even as they try their best, they still cannot cope with the spreading disaster. After the Longinus arsenal destroyed most of the Red Tide, there were still mass casualties in the ruins of City 75. They cleaned up a large number of hetero creatures, transported supplies, recovered samples, and collected data. It may have appeared insignificant compared to the achievements of the core personnel, but it was still equally important. Wanshi takes Kamui through the ER's lobby via a familiar shortcut and places Chrome on a temporary maintenance table. Apologies, the maintenance room is already at max capacity. Before he can even finish speaking, the staff hastily refuses him and runs over to a room where he is being called for assistance. How can there be this many wounded? Wanshi, let's contact President Hassan. Wanshi nods. They both open their terminals, then dial Hassan and Celica. No response. No response from Celica either. Is it too late in the evening? What about Asimov? What are the others? Most of the others are out on missions, but we can try Asimov. Both of them repeatedly call Asimov for help, but he does not pick up. After a long time, a strange face appears in front of the comlink. Celica! Hello. Celica is currently in a meeting. I can relay a message to her though, if you wish. Both of them quickly explain the situation. If someone is injured, please proceed to the Star of Life and follow the procedure. But they're already at max capacity. In that case, wounded personnel have no choice but to wait for a vacancy. I'll relay the message to Celica, but neither her nor the President can help with medical issues. I recommend you wait patiently. Are you kidding me? My response is according to protocol. I can repeat it if you'd like. You piece of... Enough. I guess we have no other choice. Wanshi abruptly terminates the call. It seems like Hassan and Celica are tied up as well. Their comms are being rerouted. There's no point in wasting your breath. We have to think of another way. Well, if it isn't Dr. Wanshi, I sure haven't seen you in a while. A somewhat familiar face appears in the corner. You're still here. Well, there's no other place for me to go now, is there? Anyway, I have a frame that needs maintenance. Is there space? Can't you tell? Doctor laughs awkwardly. It doesn't have to be in a maintenance room. He just needs a matching action module and vital fluid dialysis. Are you going to operate? She hurries to the temporary maintenance table and checks the stock for Chrome's module. All that's left is a hand module, but you can't replace it without a maintenance room. After all, it's not as simple as just replacing the hand. Did you check the reserves? The Star of Life used to also keep emergency supplies on hand. This is all we have. We're already running on fumes here, but I can pull some strings and get you a vital fluid filter, seeing as it's an emergency. She turns to Wanshi and says with a heavy heart, or you can think of another way, Dr. Wanshi. I'll take the filter for now. She nods. Squeezing her way through the crowded corridor, she quickly returns with a vital fluid filter. Together, she and Wanshi hook up Chrome to the machine. I recommend you get him out of here as soon as possible. She quietly whispers to Wanshi as they hook up the machine. Why? He won't get help, if you know what I mean. If you ask why, all I can say is that the hospital is running out of supplies. I'll be in trouble if I say any more. Now for fuck's sake. She clears her throat after hooking up the machine. I've got work to do. If you think of another way, just leave the filter here. I'll come get it later. Thank you. She nods, then disappears behind a corner marked Star of Life. Is this the only way? We need to replace his dying parts now so that he has a chance to survive and recover. But there aren't any available maintenance rooms or suitable parts. What about somewhere else, like A29? I thought about that too, but what the hell does it mean? In puzzle games, this sort of code normally represents a password, location, or a particular spot in a large set of data. The captain couldn't have left us a clue about something none of us know about, like a lock. The closest building related to A29 is a shop. Then that only leaves one possibility. The directory? Before they had arrived at this conclusion, they had been poring over the directory looking for people to call for help. It seems so obvious now. After the two reach a consensus, they quickly take out Chrome's terminal. Column A, number 29. Hey, 28 and 29 are both Asimov. Let's give it a try. Wanshi presses the number in the directory. However, no one answers their last glimmer of hope. As the dial tone continues to ring, a rare bead of sweat appears on Wanshi's forehead. If I can get the replacement parts for his frame, I can try to replace them here. Want to contact the captain's father? He rarely talks about his family, but I've heard others mention him. It's rare to see Kamui this serious. Wanshi looks up for a moment. I've heard some rumors, but did you see the situation just now? They've obviously taken the captain's father into account. I think we should keep trying to reach Asimov. Wanshi presses the name in the directory once, twice, 3 times, 4 times, 5 times. Suddenly, there's a prompt to connect with them from the other end. Asimov! Ah! There's nothing in front of the communication monitor except a young scream. Sorry, I shouldn't have connected Mr. Asimov's comm link without his permission, but it kept ringing. Who's there? Forget it. Doesn't matter. Do you know where he is now? What? It does matter. My name's Rosa. I came to ask Mr. Asimov a few things. Judging from her childish voice and being unable to reach the camera, the girl had to be 6 or 7 years old at most. Oh, cute. He's not here. I think he's hiding so he can continue his research. We've got an emergency. Where is he exactly? An emergency? Go to Zone B3 of the Science Council. That's where he goes so no one bothers him. B3 is the new research building of the Science Council, which is fairly close to the Star of Life. Let's go. A ray of hope shines on their beleaguered faces. Kami picks up Chrome again and rushes to the shuttle outside. The shuttle quickly turns into Zone B3. There's a young girl standing in front of the stairs of the building. Hi, I'm Rosa. You said it was an emergency, so I followed you here to see if I can help. Mr. Asimov should be in the sealed lab. Sealed lab? Yeah, Mr. Asimov doesn't like being bothered, so... She explains obediently, but begins to get nervous after seeing Kami's anxious face. Sorry, follow me. Rosa races into the building and up the emergency stairwell at nearly Mach 1, banging on a wall around the corner. Mr. Asimov! Rosa's voice trembles with a slight whimper. The crashing of various research equipment comes from the depths of the sealed lab. Arriving upstairs, Asimov stares at Wanshi with kindred dark circles of brilliance under his eyes as he is packing up the things he had just knocked over. Wanshi wants to ask, so someone can scare Asimov, huh? But he has more pressing issues. Save our Captain, Asimov! He looks at Chrome, who is gravely injured in Kami's arms, and his face turns pale. Come with me. Asimov hurries into the sealed lab. Rosa stands there timidly and waves as if choosing not to follow them. This might not be the ER, but your timing couldn't be better. I've been working to fix the remaining problems with Chrome's frame since this morning. Sorry I left my terminal in the workshop. People kept disrupting me. I just so happened to fix the issue that's been giving me trouble all this time. Asimov pushes open the door, takes Chrome from Kami and places him on the maintenance table. Wanshi, give me a hand. Wanshi nods and immediately begins attaching various instruments near the table to Chrome. What about me? I still need to confirm some things. Grab my terminal. Rosa may have taken it with her. Terminal. Go. Roger. We're gonna save him. We gotta save Chrome. Project Winter. Oh shit. In the glare of white light, Chrome opens his eyes. The scene and sounds before him are like a false curtain of night. It is chaotic and difficult to distinguish. A familiar figure is standing to the side, silently watching him on this maintenance table. Dad. In his discombobulated memory, Chrome subconsciously utters a name. As he comes to a sentence, he realizes what he had said. Mr. Smith. I've already received the report from your comrades, but we need to report it to our superiors. Wanshi's already taken care of that. Hassan was really bent out of shape over the news about Vonnegut. Good job, everyone. A new agent is troubling news. Enough. Let's discuss the mission later. Give me a minute with Chrome. I need to speak to him privately. Huh? Kami's reluctant to leave, but Wanshi manages to push him out of the sealed lab. Before you do, I need to sync the current research progress. Once you leave, I'll add an inhibitor to Chrome's frame. Asimov points to the new frame's neck. Don't worry about where it's located. That's the most effective spot. It may not be an info device, but don't remove it all willy-nilly. It can help you stabilize your mind and reduce the probability of deviation and corruption. Even if you encounter high-intensity interference, it will prevent you from losing control when your mind becomes corrupted from memory deviation or other symptoms. Glory is now capable of handling daily operations. In the future, you can link with your comrades just as before. You just need to know one thing. The risk has decreased significantly, but that doesn't mean it's as safe as Arclight. How low is the probability? For daily activities around Babylonia, the risk is infinitesimal. However, if your mind deviates after being damaged or hacked by the enemy in battle, you will be more susceptible to corruption. If your corruption reaches a critical level, you'll need a commandant that can resist these symptoms in order to stabilize your mind. Understood. But there doesn't seem to be any commandants that can resist memory corruption. Do you really understand? Seem to be, correct? This serious injury still isn't enough for you to recognize the limitations of constructs. As I said, if you can adapt to a specialized frame without any injury, then I will accept your choice. But by the looks of it, you seem to be willing to pay an even greater price. I once said that the Commandant was indeed a useful thing, but now that's changed. Do you remember our chess match? You said to me, if you choose to abandon your troops, the war will end faster. You taught me to look to the future while watching the present. I'm using my own method to collect useful things and create a future of my choosing. And is that to use everything you have to surpass, Smith? Correct. I refuse to abandon past events and my past self. Most importantly, I refuse to abandon a single soul. This redemption is my own. Once you get involved in this vortex, your battle will spread from the battlefield to every corner of your life. The cage of sight, the noose of language, and the abyss of power will come for you as you gasp for air at night. Do you think humans that don't have to go into battle live a life of leisure? Even the undefeated Commandant is bound by these invisible ropes. Seeing his father, who had always been strict, show a solemn expression, Chrome gently grabs his hand. I'm already in the eye of the vortex. The moment I decided to become Chrome and serve as a bridge, I was ready to pay double the price. Chrome, all I cared about were methods and results. I've never asked you about your reasons. You know the consequences of stepping into the eye of the vortex. Why do it? For the sake of change. I remember what someone said about change when your procedure succeeded. Whether you become the blade or the blade wielder, having the determination to join the battlefield will result in the same fate. I'll tell you the same thing. Whether the blade depends on its wielder or the wielder depends on their blade, both rely on what is useful nearest to them. You never disappoint me, Chrome. Thank you for your praise. Thank you for your guidance. I heard Mr. Asimov say that the first transfer to a specialized frame has a high risk of causing your mind to delve into chaos. So, Usubeni is the key to this operation. Correct. Leave it to me. I don't want you going solo again. But, Mr. Smith, think of it as a gift for proving your determination. And as far as I know, a lot of people are being driven by a variety of reasons to free the Commandant. I'm just going to deliver the last piece of the puzzle. Oh, this freaking dude. Collins. I feel like I should decorate the office to accommodate this many visitors. Collins, I came here to discuss something with you. Oh, discuss what? We've got an urgent mission and Usubeni's in stable condition. I don't think there's any need to continue observation. Seems like all of my guests are here for the same reason today. The Commandant's mind beacon has in fact been polluted. You don't want a repeat of what happened to Ravage, right? In that regard, I'll have Usubeni get treatment in the Star of Life. No need to bother your men. President Hassan. He smiles sardonically, stressing each word. Are we partners? Don't be ridiculous. Besides, once we have enough of evidence, this matter should be handed over to a person with greater expertise. Even if the Commandant's mind bacon is polluted without causing any corruption, Usubeni is a ticking time bomb. If those accusations stick, what price are you willing to pay for your actions? Stick? Have you found Luna? Of course not. We're powerless to do such a thing. Who do you think we are, Grey Raven? Whether that be the previous Grey Raven or this Grey Raven, they all have something to do with the Ascendant. Even if those slackers under my command captured that Ascendant, she'd be rescued in no time. Fine, I'll take responsibility for whatever happens. Oh, are you willing to act as a guarantor for Usabeni? That's right. Colin's smile is fixed firmly on his face. All right, very well. Seems like you've got something up your sleeve if you're willing to make such a decision. Well, I guess I should tip my hat to you then. Since I have your word, I'll let Usabeni go for the time being, considering you and the others came all this way today. However, quitting isn't exactly my forte. If we can finally close the book on this matter, I'll welcome the talented Commandant to help us create a future for humans. After more than 2 days in this blinding light, right as your cognition begins to blur, the door opens once again. You're free to go, Usabeni. Free? I can't say for sure. Anyhow, you're free to go for the time being. Oh, thank God, get me out of this room. Seeing you struggle from exhaustion, Celica escorts you to the regional shuttle en route to Zone B3 of the Science Council. Hassan is sitting in the cabin as if waiting for you. You made it, Usabeni. I've got good news and bad news. Which one do you want to hear first? Give me the bad news. The bad news is, even though you no longer need to have confined treatment, you are still under observation. They'll be watching your every move from here on out. But at least you're no longer stuck in that room. The main reason you were let go is because you're needed for a mission only you can perform. Hassan and Celica quickly fill you in on the recent events. Chrome is injured? Correct. We're short-staffed and new issues keep popping up. I was able to get you out because I also want you to help Chrome maintain mind stability until the frame transfer is complete. According to Strikehawk's intel, the new agent is incredibly dangerous. We should avoid engaging him though, since we're still recovering from the last large-scale battle. Red tide also poses an issue. Based on Wanshi's report, the red tide in the underground waterway has been diluted, but still of considerable size. We've confirmed that the core fragment has been destroyed. Whether there is some other force controlling it, or there is just some residual liquid incapable of expanding, it still needs to be destroyed. We've wasted enough time already. If we wait any longer, that'll just mean more trouble down the line. Do we still need to deploy bit domain nodes? No. I've spoken with Asimov and we determined that a tactical unit would be more effective at conducting a precision strike underground. The structure's interior is particularly large, and the amount of red tide doesn't justify the use of the Longinus arsenal. More importantly, you can't play a numbers game with bit domain nodes against such a dangerous enemy. Strikehawk is familiar with the area, but Chrome's new frame is still being field tested in active combat. The mission poses too great of a risk without your help, Commandant. Understood. Considering that you may encounter that agent again, I suggest you take a member of Grey Raven with you. Cover your tracks and avoid direct confrontation with the enemy. Only one person? According to Kamui and Wanshi's intel, the area is quiet and narrow. Additional members will only be disadvantageous. You and Strikehawk will also be accompanied by a completely independent team during the mission. Don't worry about them. Just mind your own area. One more thing. 21 constructs were assembled as part of an auxiliary team to investigate the surrounding area. However, their transport craft was destroyed, and they sought refuge in the underground city. Rescue them if you've still got enough strength in you. Understood. If there are no further questions, I'll have Celica inform Lucio to wait by the transport craft. But what about the other two? He only said one, so. But I like them. What about Liv? Based on the team composition and combat ability, Lucy is the most suitable candidate. Hassan and Celica fell silent. fall silent. After a 10-minute drive, the two of you arrive at Asimov's sealed lab. Entering the sealed lab, Chrome is lying quietly on the maintenance table as if asleep. He's still conscious. I've put his frame into sleep mode to prevent any further corruption and damage. However, I still need him to confirm a few things, so I've kept the voice and audio module operational on his arc-like frame. I can give you 10 minutes if there's anything you need to say. Ask about his condition. My mind is stable. It shouldn't cause you any trouble. I mean, are you in pain? We'll get used to it. You. Only if necessary. You mean to keep your mind stable? Chrome nods slightly. His injuries had already pushed his frame past his limit. All he can do now is rely on those machines to maintain consciousness. Sorry for dragging you on a mission right as you leave that prison. No need to apologize. You fulfilled your promise. But hearing the news about the specialized frame from Hassan, a sense of uneasiness fills your mind. Even with Asimov's breakthrough, Glory is still far from stable. As if affected by a memory replay, Lucia's blank gaze after transferring frames flashes before your eyes. There's still a lot we don't know about the frame. Are you sure you want to change your frame now? That's why I have you. And one day when I'm not there, if we're on different missions, you run the risk of mind deviation. Then allow me to come find you. Chrome's voice remains soft, but it has a tone of unquestionable firmness. Are you really going to be able to find me? Of course. I'll have several backup plans just in case. You hear a sense of uneasiness in his voice, as if he had sensed something. If you let me, that is. Of course. You got me out of there. Thank you. Let's begin. Ooh, hold his hand. God bless you, Chrome. We'll take your hand. As if to give him some peace of mind, you gently hold Chrome's hand. Time is of the essence. Let's begin. This is the second time I've conducted a specialized frame transfer. Asimov has a stern look on his face. We've made a breakthrough with the technology, but there's a higher degree of uncertainty compared to Bloom. In order to avoid mind deviation, you'll need a more integrated connection with Chrome than a standard link. How do I do that? I'll use this machine to allow you to deep dive into his mind and establish an internal link. It'll allow you to see his thoughts and condition in real time. Does Chrome know? I told him before you got here. You just need to hold on while the link is being established. After that, it'll stabilize. If you don't have any questions, lie down on the spare maintenance table over there. Understood. Bring him back. Before you can ask what Asimov meant, your memory falls into darkness. Little Chrome. Falling into Chrome's chaotic mind, all you can see is a little boy wandering aimlessly. Who am I? Where am I? Although there was no answer to these basic questions, he steps forward into the darkness. Alright, understood. As if following an order. Did I pass? As if trying to reach a target. I won't let you down. As if stuck in a cage. Gather everything that is of use, put them together, and create the perfect me. As if scavenging through despair. Useless, like, be grateful, or else. He's an idealist. Assembly, past. With each step, countless dreamy voices echo in the dark void. Although you cannot fully comprehend what they are talking about, you can sense the malice just from the fragments you heard. Become a smith. Become a smith. As he walks through these unpleasant noises, his footsteps begin to falter more and more. I can become. His image begins to blur. But who am I? The void begins to shake violently. If it continues, he will gradually lose his self-awareness. But in this state, he can't even notice the mind begin above. Who am I? The boy's voice is trembling in the steady stream of noise. I'm... Chrome! Chrome? This is your future name. Future name? You will become Chrome. Become the man you want to be. Like finding a glimmer of hope in the tenebrous depths of malice, he begins to look around for the source of the voice. Walk toward the mind beacon. The mind beacon. He inspects his surroundings, but there is no mind beacon to be found. Look up, Chrome. Oh, it's up there. The boy holds out his hand, as if to chase the distant star. With a bitter smile, he leaps. Thank you. Ooh. The dark void begins to materialize into a magnificent hall. Hello, Commandant. If you're here, that means the frame transfer isn't over yet. Illusions of flowers and food surround him, but no one is present. Are you free of your symptoms? Sorry. I don't know what just happened, but I'm sorry for being such a burden. Even though this place is... Forget it. It's nothing. Our internal link is stable. I won't experience any memory deviation now. It's nothing. But you still need to wait a bit longer. Why not chat to pass the time? Sure. Why did you want to help me? Because helping you is also a form of helping myself. You could have waited longer. But every second I wait, that's one more second I fall behind. I need to achieve my goal. And what's that? Before I answer that, let me ask you something. Do you think there is a difference between humans and constructs? I mean, aside from the most obvious, not really. Aside from the most obvious, which is humans are living, constructs are just machines. But deep down, I mean, they look human, they act human. That's more similar than different. I'd say no. Not many humans think that. We walk straight through the illusions of flowers and decorations. Humans fear the combat ability of constructs. Individuals without real power can easily be used as tools. Rumors, prejudices, arrogance. If humans go on like this, they will only go further toward destruction. I've already seen countless examples and experienced them firsthand. I'm sure you feel the same way. You're right. But contradictions also have cause and effect. If these rumors and prejudices are the final effect, we cannot solve all of this without understanding the root cause. Saying this to Chrome, he smiles and nods. That's why I want to get involved and understand its cause. Only then can I solve it. Can you really, though? As long as we know a little about history, we find that humans repeat their mistakes, no matter what era. But these mistakes are meaningless so long as progress is made. Looking at his firm expression, you randomly recall a passage of a story you frequently come across. Overcoming countless adversities and witnessing just as many lay down their lives, the intrepid heroes continued to search for hope on this most harrowing journey. Most people did not know that this journey would be unworthy of adulation. For the moment they set forth, they were doomed to a life entangled in shadows. Our troubles aren't over quite yet. Don't worry, this is the opportunity I need. You have always been a gift to me. He looks at you quietly and says nothing more. He remains quiet until the magnificent hall begins to fade into the fog. Looks like the transfer is almost complete. Chrome. Even if the path you choose is fraught with hardships, even if you can't save everyone, are you still holding on to that glimmer of hope on this most harrowing journey? As your vision begins to blur, an unwavering smile forms on Chrome's face. Ooh.
そうだ。望むとも。
たとえどんな代価を払おうとも絶対に立ち止まりはしない。行こう。
It's a warm light. In the turbulent darkness, Chrome sees the warm light of a lighthouse. In order to solve what will happen next, I must set out now. Everyone's waiting. Regaining consciousness once more, you see the familiar lights overhead. However, there is a slight change in their position. Chrome looks at the people around him. Aside from Asimov, he sees Wanshi, who had been helping the entire time, Kamui standing nearby, and also Usabeni. In front of the onlooking crowd, he raises his hand with unconceivable ease and grip strength. His arm feels as light as a feather, but with the strength to pierce metal. However, an unusual disturbance suddenly arises. Chrome knows that this feeling is the precursor to mind deviation. Such a disturbance is likely to appear within the first few minutes of a frame transfer. If this continues, he will quickly lose control over his frame. He closes his eyes, takes a deep breath, then focuses on the mind beacon in his mind. Morning. After Chrome's mind begins to gradually stabilize, he smiles and opens his eyes. Thank you, everyone. Thank you too, Usabeni. All I did was look you around, Captain. Wish I could have been more use, though. Kamui shrugs his shoulders with a look of resignation. Oh, and I also told Kamu about your situation, Captain. I didn't want him to worry. But if anyone deserves a gratitude, it's Wanshi. He walks over and pats Wanshi on the shoulder. Thanks, Wanshi. No need to thank me. Asimov was the real hero. Everyone's modesty comes off a bit stiff, but Chrome still feels grateful for their efforts. All I care about is results. Progress like this is hard to come by. Heaving a sigh of relief, Asimov slumps down in his chair from exhaustion. Don't you all have a mission coming up? Yep, we have to take care of the Red Tide and rescue some stragglers. Since we can't fire the Longinus Arsenal a second time, this should help you take care of the Red Tide. He points to a box that had just been brought in, containing hundreds of disc-shaped objects. This is a compact weapon, developed based on the concept of a plasma arc furnace called a polyfurnace. Its niche application prevents it from seeing much use out in the field. Niche application? It requires large amounts of energy in a sealed environment. This means the waterway is an ideal environment. As long as we find a suitable installation site, we can maximize the evaporation of the red tide below. Sounds like a plan. I made some modifications, but it still requires a sealed environment. Asimov furrows his eyebrows and reiterates. If it's installed in an area full of leaks, you'll have to figure out a way to patch them. Hearing this, the Strike Hawk trio is at a loss for words. Sounds like a pain when we try to evacuate. As for you to figure out, I'm going to go somewhere secret where no one will bother me and rest for a few hours. That being said, let me know if there are any issues with the frame. Can we get going now? Can we go call Lee and the others? Let's go. It's right on. Kami runs out of the room with the cheery delight of a golden retriever. Congratulations. You've reached a milestone in your research on specialized frames. Looks like all of your hard work is finally starting to pay off. Don't break out the champagne just yet. Even though Chrome has a specialized frame just like Lucy's, we're still having issues with the same bottleneck. Oh? The reason why Plume can withstand simulation data from Ascendance is that it's already compatible with Alpha's data. The dangers and effects of substituting it into another frame don't meet our expectations. That's why Chrome's frame uses post-processed battle data sampled from Plume. In order to minimize the side effects, I based the underlying logic on humanoid hybrid frames to accommodate and restrict extraneous data. But this frame will still put immense strain on Chrome's memory. I see. Even if we obtain the data they bring back, replicating an Ascendant is still nothing more than a pipe dream. That being said, even if we're able to improve our ability to create a construct with Ascendant data based on humanoid hybrid architecture, it would still be a huge leap for us. How has Lucia been recently? There's nothing out of the ordinary based on the reports from her routine frame maintenance. Looking through the data collected by Shomi to create an upgrade plan, but that'll take some time. For the sake of safety, it's better to add an insurance policy other than Usabeti. Paired with emotion, technology, and knowledge are more reliable. If necessary, I can borrow some equipment left over from the Project Winter. Didn't that cause enough trouble as is? But there's no denying that it also brought a lot of benefits. Let's talk about these things in private. Asimov has been working around the clock. That was the longest note. Extra mission. Ooh, so 2 more nodes left. Vera? We're playing as Vera? That must be the independent team that was mentioned by Hassan. You arrive at the transport craft 20 minutes in advance. In addition to Lucia, who was already waiting, you see Lee and Liv also standing there. Commandant, why are you guys here? Why are you guys here? Because Lee and I have been worried sick about you. Even though we aren't going on the mission together, we at least wanted to see you and make sure you're all right. She looks you over worriedly. You look pale. Commandant. At least I'm free. After talking with everyone for a short time, Chrome arrives with Strikehawk. He gives a simple greeting, then sends the intel he had prepared to your terminal. With regard to the extra mission President Hassan assigned us, I have already prepared the intel and holo map for the 21 target personnel we need to rescue. In order to expedite their return to Babylonia, I've asked the liaison officer to meet with us at a predetermined location and time on the forgotten streets of City 75. If there are no further questions, let's get going. Okay. What is it? I'm just glad you're okay. Wanshi remains quiet as he considers their current predicament. Boarding the transport craft, you feel as if you are being monitored. Of course. Turning quietly, you see several personnel occasionally looking up for their work in your direction. Chrome turns to look behind you, sensing their watchful eyes. Among the crowd, a man wearing a white lab coat grabs his attention. The man is slouched over like a lonely and weak middle-aged man. Only those dark golden eyes vaguely remind Chrome of someone he had just met. Mr. Chrono, please hurry up. You're going to be late for the meeting. Kurono. Kugawa Kurono. Does he have something to do with Kurono? When I was still a member of Kurono, I accidentally came across his data file. I thought he was on the board of directors, but turns out his name is just a coincidence. Who is he? He's just a doctor who's now working for the Star of Life. But this time his name coincidentally appeared on your inspection reports. But enough about that. You should get going. There's no time to waste. Coincidentally. Right. Ignoring the unsettling scene behind them, the group turns and boards the transport craft. Riding on the cold afternoon wind, the two transport crafts land in the abandoned ruins of City 75. Jeez. Having established contact beforehand, a large group of stranded personnel is waiting at the landing zone. While the other team members go to speak with the stranded constructs, Kamu makes a break for the underground waterway. Are there any personnel in critical condition? Yes, I've placed everyone on the first floor for the time being. Right this way. Wanshi nods, then follows her. The other team has arrived. Chrome looks at the notification on his terminal and relays it to the team. Right, Hassan mentioned there will be others. Well, according to the plan, Cerberus will also be participating in cleaning up the Red Tide, but they're acting independent of us. Cerberus. I thought you were going to come looking for us once you were finished. I thought so too, but the captain said that saving people was our top priority. Counting the wounded over there, how many people are gathered here? 19. 2 are still MIA. 2 missing constructs from my team. Do you know which way they ended up going? They went to an area that was suddenly reported as high concentration zone. But they were heading there even before we received the warning. We tried to notify them, but we had already lost contact. Return to Babylonia once everyone receives emergency treatment. We'll look for your missing comrades. Let me go with you. They're my comrades after all. It's too dangerous. You should head back. They're my comrades. I can't leave my team behind. Our commandant is gone. I can't lose them too. I'm begging you. Right. Commandant, the area is dangerous even for us. We're better off ensuring the safety of one more person if we can. We can't risk losing another person. You must be Chrome. I've heard about you. I appreciate your concerns for my safety, but as the captain of your team, I'm sure you understand. If your team members are in danger, would you abandon them for the sake of your own safety? The construct captain's plea awakens some distant memories in Chrome's heart. If this is the last time I see them, I'll regret it for the rest of my life. Regret? I may be a soldier, but I'm not the property of Babylonia. At least, give me the right to decide how I die. Chrome hesitates for a moment. I understand your feelings, but as a soldier, you can't disobey mission orders. If your only mission here is to cooperate with the rescue and return to Babylonia, by allowing you to accompany us, I'll be aiding in your violation of military orders. Thinking about the census surveillance along the way, Chrome casts a sideways glance at the transport craft behind him, hinting to the construct. Mission? Oh, right, there's still one objective. The construct quickly opens its terminal. On the mission log, one objective is still active. Our last objective is to search for the Commandant, but we still haven't found him. My team and I split up to search for him. But judging from the location of his disappearance and given the time, he probably... Then continue with your mission. Roger. Thank you, everyone. What's your name? My name is Percy. Our 2 MIA comrades are Ursi and Reyna. Alright. Aside from Percy, everyone else, board the transport craft. Wait here, Commandant. Help the wounded board the transport craft. Need a hand? We've got a difficult mission ahead of us. Considering how long you were monitored, take this time to catch up on some rest. Lucia. Lucia takes out a bottle of Nutriaid and a compressed biscuit. When I asked about your condition while you were being monitored, everyone said you were kept well fed, but I was still worried. So I brought some from our supplies. Well fed. That's one way to put it. Thank you. With a bitter smile, Lucia wants to say something, but she is worried about the watchful eyes. Instead, she quietly places the Nutriaid and compressed biscuit into your hands. Alright, let's go help. I bet Wanshi is almost done with emergency treatment. Okay, let's go. While everyone else is busy helping the crowd onto the plane, you have a rest until all 18 constructs depart as scheduled. Time to go, Commandant. Right at that moment, Cerberus jumps into the underground waterway through the blast hole. That damn transport plane is crawling with micro recorders. They're like maggots. Why don't we blow that up? Yeah, and then what? Ride you back to Babylonia? Bah! I was just kidding. Let's just blow it up when we get back. It's like some people are leaving no stone unturned, considering they've bugged their transport craft too. They bugged Noctis's frame too. Huh? Noctis grits his teeth and clenches his fist. When I get back, I'm gonna blow up those pieces of... Use all that force C4 you call a brain and think for a second. Few people will go to the lengths of bugging our support equipment. I bet it was you-know-who's henchman. So we can't just get rid of them? No need. We're not their target. Vera turns her head, leans over to the camera on Noctis's frame, and smiles cheerfully. Isn't that right? Now let's get this godforsaken mission over with. We have 3 objectives. first, we need to use these stupid discs to clear the red tide, then locate our target. Let's split up and get this over and done with. What about our objective to follow the Grey Raven Commandant as much as possible? The key word is as much as possible. We'll do just that. Ooh. Blocking the red tide while looking for her. That's what we are here to do. As soon as you enter the closest to the control room. If you want a clue, knock on the old console over there. I think we should deal with the red tide first. But when the valve is blocked, these hero creatures will get mad. I think we'll go control room first. Oh, that's red tide. Red tide leaked. They come from other unblocked places. Although the current invert device has been enhanced, it's still fatal to be drenched by it. I need something to stop it. So is the control panel over here instead then? Because I chose to go over there instead. I guess I still have to go this way then, huh? Oh. I just noticed. I didn't realize Vera had a bow on her in her hair. That shit. I suck. There we go. Let's pass like this first. But what's that sound? It's nothing new. Some hero creatures are heading toward you. Not troublesome. Hello, hello, are you still alive? Oh! What's going on? I found a construct entangled by hero creatures. It's alive. Well, they're safe now, so just leave them there. It's not that we can't manage, but we have to go to the control room first. I'm here. I hope you can find clues on that rusty machine, bless you. Shut up. Endless troubles. I'm trying to seal off the red tide leaks and install the poly furnace. Okay, I'll go back and screw on those valves. We have to attack it, eh? The flow rate is reduced. Cap, go on next valve. Reduced. Next valve.
っていいって言ったの？痛いんでしょ？
Next valve. It seems that there is no information here except trouble. What's going on your side? Not much different. Let's check once more and then go back. I don't want to be swallowed up by trouble. There are more floors here. You can't leave until all of them are carefully checked. Huh? Why? What about number 21? I'm still trying to seal off the red tide leaks and install the poly furnace. Finish our original tasks, then meet at the exit. Anytime I play Vera, I'm reminded of how much I like her. Hidden area. This is a long chapter, nearly 4 hours long. Maybe 4.5 hours. The team approaches the previously collapsed entrance, however, to their surprise, it remains open as if welcoming everyone. Based on our previous expedition, it's unlikely that Agent Luna is in here. Our top priority should be cleaning up any red tide we come across. As for Vonnegut, we don't have much intel. According to Gabriel, there's likely another agent nearby. This is a stealth mission. Avoid direct confrontation with them at all costs. That's our safest bet. We also don't know if the figure who jumped in before the smoke cleared is still down there. Think it was Cinderella or the other agent? No, Vonnegut said that there was another intruder. Selena? Maybe? Then who could it have been? When we were looking for the entrance, there was someone following us just out of our line of sight. We couldn't see who it was, but based on their behavior and footsteps having traces of punishing virus, I suspect it was an ascendant. Not to mention they were familiar with the area. It has to be Selena. When we came in contact with Vonnegut, he said to Gabriel, "I've enhanced your frame. Don't let her get the best of you." It's definitely 100%. Like last time. We only know of 2 ascendants capable of getting the best of Gabriel. Was it Alpha or was it Luna or Alpha? Didn't Vonnegut say he didn't know where Luna was? Maybe it was Alpha. Yeah, he said that he assumed Alpha was going to bring Grey Raven Gabriel as mentioned. But I'm not sure if he was misleading us. If he really doesn't know where Luna is, it's highly likely that Alpha is nearby. It might have been Alpha then, never mind. But being familiar with the area? I feel like that would be Selena, because Selena woke up in this area after Ecolaria. Looks like we're going into the lion's den. We better formulate a plan of action. Good idea. When I was collecting personal data, Kamu mentioned that there was an unexplored area. Apparently it's filled with the red tide and has a high punishing concentration. Before he left, Kamu said he wanted to go check it out on his own. Since Cerberus has their area covered, I think this is our best route forward. Chrome points to the dotted line drawn on the terminal. This will allow us to traverse the entire undeployed area in the shortest distance. Alright, stick to the plan. Lucia, lead the way. Roger. Following Lucia, the team fumbles their way through the dimly lit waterway as they deploy the polyfurnaces given to them by Asimov. After reaching 65% coverage, the team has only come across hetero creatures lurking in the depths. There's no sign of ascendants. It seems way too easy. No Vonnegut, no Cinderella, no sign of anyone. If they have not already left, then they must be observing the team from the shadows. Either way, something does not feel right. Chrome suddenly raises his fist, signaling the group to stop. While we've been deploying the polyfurnaces, I've noticed that the red tide has been flowing in one direction through the pipes. I noticed that too. Is it flowing toward the greenhouse? Correct. You mean the red tide is concentrated in the greenhouse? I'm not sure. We didn't see any sign of this as we passed it. Maybe there's a secret room. Think it has anything to do with Cinderella's mother? Chrome puts his hand to the side of his head, pondering the question for a moment. It's highly likely. Let's go back and check out the greenhouse since we aren't picking up any interference. Maybe we can find a clue. Alright, we need to make sure there aren't any unknown red tide storage areas. Seeing Lucia's serious expression, you cannot help feeling some nostalgia. She no longer looks lost. After the recent events these past few days and gaining control over her mind, the disturbance in her memory from transferring into Plume had gradually disappeared. Let's go then. The group cautiously sneaks into the greenhouse. Aside from a small number of hetero creatures, the room remains as it was before. Lucia motions to Chrome, signaling for the group to split up and search for clues. Hey, why is there a person lying on the floor? In the corner of the dark greenhouse, a construct is curled up behind a withering plant. He appears to be unconscious. Ursi! That's Ursi! His mind went into shock, knocking him unconscious. His mobility mods show varying degrees of damage. Luckily, it appears that the hetero creature didn't discover him hiding in the corner. We'll give him some emergency treatment. Continue searching for clues. Thank you. Leaving Ursi to Wanshi, the others turn around and continue searching. Under the specialized temperature control lights for cultivated plants, there are some rare green plants growing here. Careful, don't touch these plants, especially the red part. Chrome reminds you quietly, seeing the plants catch your eye. They contain the punishing virus. Why is something like that here? I don't know how it works, but the punishing virus has begun to evolve biologically. There might also be another possibility. He takes out a sample kit and protective gloves to collect a sample. We were in a hurry last time. Now's a good time to take a sample for Asimov. Right at that moment, Wanshi finally manages to resuscitate the injured construct. Ursi! Captain, where's the Commandant? I'm sorry, he's still missing. It's all my fault. If my intel hadn't misled the Commandant, he wouldn't have gone to such a dangerous place alone. I thought I could find him, but I got trapped in this damn hornet's nest. Don't worry, we'll get you out of here when we locate the other construct. Can you wait here? Alright. He nods weakly. Let's keep searching. I've looked everywhere, but I couldn't find any switch you can flip and open up a door. Why would there be that kind of switch in a rundown waterway like this? Chrome stands in the middle of the greenhouse, scanning his surroundings. That red tree. If the enemy wanted to stop us from finding the entrance, I bet they'd block it with something we wouldn't want to go near. You think it's a marker? Correct. Let's check out the tree then. Stay alert. No sleeping on the job. I mean, be careful, you know? Lucia nods, walks up to the tree, checks it carefully, and discovers that it can be moved along with the box next to it. After moving the box, you discover a narrow passage in the floor. Bingo. Let's check it out. Oh god. You know, it's kind of pretty. As soon as the team squeezes out of the narrow passage, you are surprised and momentarily speechless at the strange scene before you. The dim light from the sky nourishes the surrounding red trees, and root-like pipes coil around them, revealing a peaceful but strange atmosphere. Hey, could it be that mother Cinderella mentioned? Everyone looks up to where Kamui is pointing. An indescribable giant hangs from the root-like pipes in the collapsed cave. Its body undulates as if breathing, while it siphons nutrients from the red tide delivered through a pipe. This hetero creature is like a heart. Is it circulating the red tide rather than accumulating it? You're partially right. By the way it's absorbing nutrients and then excreting them, I'd say it's more like digesting it. Is that why they haven't evacuated this place? Possibly. Seems like we found out why the red tide is accumulating here. Commandant, we don't know its specific composition, but since this is our enemy's primary objective, destroying it should be our top priority. I'm sensing abnormally high punching concentration. I think it's incubating something. It's not fully developed yet. I agree with Lucia. We'd better destroy it than collect samples for experts to analyze. But before we do, we should secure an escape route. Someone should be guarding the door. We don't know who we're up against. If they cut off our escape route, we'll drown in the red tide meant to feed this monstrosity. Isn't that why Asimov gave us those, what are those gizmos called again? The bane of our existence. Polyfurnaces. Oh, right. Can't we just shove them up there and get the hell out? That way we kill 2 birds with 1 stone. That should work, but stick them in where? The team looks at the monstrosity hanging in the air. It is suspended in deep stasis, unaware of the intruders standing at the entrance to the cave. Suddenly, a sound comes from behind everyone. Wow, what the hell is that? I think I'm going to puke. Everyone turns to see a construct enter from behind. Reina, what are you doing here? I was almost just killed by a hetero creature, that is, until a construct saved me out of nowhere. But she left right after she saved me. I was looking for a way out when I ran into Ursi up there. Now that the 3 of you are here, hurry up and get Ursi out of here. We haven't finished deploying the polyfurnaces. Let me finish helping you. What's that? You're on a mission? Reina, escort Ursi back to safety. Huh? They never come along for the ride. Did you run into any other enemies aside from hetero creatures? I ran into an ascendant with white hair, but she didn't seem interested in me. She ran off somewhere in a hurry. It must have been... Okay, then it was Alpha. Oh yeah, Ursi said he ran into a girl with a half a wing, but she left after knocking him unconscious. Is that just dumb luck? Or has the agent that Crow mentioned already left? Anyways, let me do my part. In that case, guard the entrance with Wanshi. Let us know if there's any danger ASAP. Lucy and I will try to destroy the hetero creature in the middle. Reina, do as your captain orders. Take Ursi out of here. But I'll get lost. Then stand guard at the entrance with us. We'll evacuate once the mission is over. Yes, Captain. Alright, here we go. Last one for this chapter. Hetero Hive Mother. I thought Lucia was gonna fight with us. Nope, it's just Chrome. Just as they are about to leave, a voice suddenly comes from the darkness of the exit. What are you going to do to Mother? The girl with the broken wing descends the staircase. In one hand, she holds the mysterious remains of something, and in the other hand, she holds a slender crystal pyramid, dwarfing her small, delicate figure. Leave now. Although there is no obvious change in her expression, the girl hugs the remains in her arms. Wing, is that the Cinderella you mentioned in your report, Kamui? Report. More guests from Babylonia? You shouldn't have opened the door. Guests are not permitted in this room. The girl extends her broken wing, unleashing the punishing virus as razor-sharp plumes straight at the team. Watch out! With the team working together to defend against the attack, the girl's feathers fall to the ground one after another. As Cinderella witnesses her opponent's strength, she shelters the remains within her embrace. She gathers each of the razor-sharp plumes and sings a lullaby. Stop her! On it! Both captains charge her. Chrome's cryo bullets freeze the incoming plumes in a wall of ice, giving Lucy a springboard to leap into the air. Gathering the frost on her blade, she unleashes an all-out attack on Cinderella. The crystal pyramid in the girl's hands, and the girl's hand falls at her feet from the impact, abruptly silencing her melodious singing. Due to Cinderella's lack of combat experience, she is frozen in the icy attack and loses consciousness. That was easier than expected. Considering what happened last time. She had the help of all those hetero creatures. This time she's all alone. It's like her specialty is controlling hetero creatures, even though she's just a child. Lucia raises her weapon. Just as she is about to deliver the final blow, there is a burst of red light, causing the punching concentration to rapidly escalate. I didn't want to disturb Mother. She sets down the remains in her embrace, and picks up the crystal pyramid. Struggling to her feet, she sways in place. Sensing imminent danger, Chrome attempts to stop her, but he is too late. Cinderella takes the crystal pyramid and plunges it into her chest. In an instant, a gust of air rushes up beneath her feet, knocking everyone back a few steps. A dazzling red light radiates from the crystal pyramid within her chest. The crystal pyramid is a highly concentrated source of punching virus. The red light emanating from the chest wound begins to slowly eviscerate her body. Looking as if she is enduring agonizing pain, a crimson diamond-shaped region appears under her feet. Wanshi fires several shots at the girl, but the defense barrier deflects the bullets before they can hit their mark. Defense barrier? It's just like the one Vonnegut had. Could it be that crystal pyramid? Indeed. Meister Vonnegut left me this treasure. To protect Mother. Treasure. Wielding something beyond your power is sure to come at a cost. Just look at your wound. Even so, the girl's expression remains calm, but a flaming frenzy ignites in her eyes. I'm willing to give my life. Suddenly, everyone drowns in a wave of blinding red light. Under the baptism of high punch and concentration, the colossal monstrosity behind them begins to awaken. Ah! A deafening melody comes from above. It is the exact lullaby Cinderella was singing moments prior. A voice! Turn down your audio modules. Being human doesn't come with without its conveniences. Struggle to cover your ears. Commandant! Lucio hands you 2 packs of wound gel, and you quickly stuff them in your ears. Why do you have this? But right as the team mitigates the issue with the noise, countless hetero creatures seem to pour in from the exit. The entire room begins to shake under the unprecedented force, causing the passageway to start caving in. We gotta take these guys out. This place is going to collapse. Easier said than done. We need to shut her up before we can stop them. While the team tries their best to stop the frenzy of hetero creatures, they discuss their next step. We can't even get near her. She won't last too long, sustaining herself with just that. Just hold on. We can't if we aren't crushed to death first. Don't you remember what Cummins said about the structural integrity here? We need to put an end to this ASAP. Right at that moment, as if to extinguish the team's hope, the colossal monstrosity stops singing, stretches out its eerie limbs, then charges this way. We're surrounded. Leave it to me. You concentrate on Cinderella and the hetero creatures. We need to cut the head off the snake. Chrome shoots a frozen barrage of cryo bullets from his gunblade, freezing the outstretched limbs of this so-called mother. As it unleashes a ragged, blood-curdling scream, it attacks Chrome with its remaining limbs. I won't let you hurt Mother. Cinderella raises her hands and unleashes a surge of electricity into the ground. Countless threads of light stitch the remains of the fallen hetero creatures back together, returning them to their original form. Kill them. Hearing Cinderella's cry, hetero creatures come out of the woodwork like cockroaches and surround the team. Commandant! Lucia quickly retreats and stands by your side. While fighting off the approaching hetero creatures, she shifts her gaze to Cinderella situated deep within the room. It's like her chest has been torn open. If that's the case, Wanshi leaps into the air and shoots a barrage of bullets at Cinderella from above. This time the defense barrier only manages to deflect the first 3 bullets. Bullseye. A bullet penetrates the transfixed girl's chest, torn open by the crystal pyramid with pinpoint precision. Cinderella's power begins to quickly fade, causing the hetero creatures that were stitched back together to crumble once more. Mother! She struggles to reach out to stop Chrome from attacking her, but even moving forward proves too arduous. Now! With the team divided into 2 fronts, the team fighting Cinderella and Mother are suddenly imprisoned by an intangible force from afar. An invisible wall? No, is this a defense barrier? Oh, shit. So, you even managed to find this place. I must admit, you're more skilled than I imagined. Strolling out of the collapsed passage, the tall young man picks up the unconscious Cinderella, pulls out the crystal pyramid, and crushes it with his hands. You endured until I returned. Well done. Vonnegut runs his fingers along Cinderella's chest wound. Slowly, her frame begins to mend itself under the influence of the punishing virus. He places Cinderella in a cradle made from the remains of hetero creatures, then turns to face the team members isolated in the defense barrier. Does Cinderella's mother pique your interest? Even though this mother is just a sub-test subject, she is, in fact, the reason why I remain here. Now that you have discovered it, you seem like moths to a flame. How about we make a deal? Play a game with me and she's yours. He holds his gaze firmly on the team, then finally shifts it onto Chrome. You. Having returned so soon, it seems that you have transferred into a new frame. He approaches Chrome, then sizes him up from outside of the defense barrier. I see. Babylonia has made advancements in their technology. Such an opportunity is a rare treat. If you can survive the encounter, I will recognize what you said before and give these people a chance to survive. What do you say? Why? How does this benefit you? As I said before, I have been looking for people to pass the screening and be loyal to Asnet, but I already declined. Patience is a virtue. The heart can be swayed by any number of factors, some coincidental, others manufactured. As for the degree of manufacturing, it depends on my interest in you. In addition, I can get 2 pieces of data from your battle that have not been observed before. If these reasons do not suffice, Vonnegut sneers. This raises his hand and snaps. A weak cry of agony can be heard in the distance. Heresy! What are you doing to him? Apathetic to his woes, Vonnegut opens his arms as if to welcome everyone. No need to get angry. He was already being attacked by the wave of hetero creatures. I just merely freed him from corruption. But the next one gets my full attention. So, what is your decision? I accept your proposal. Captain! Wunderbar. Wunderbar. Everyone else, right this way. He turns around, wraps Cinderella in the cradle with a protective curtain of light, then saunters away. Chrome. Hearing this, Chrome approaches you. Think you can handle yourself? If Chrome had showed any sign of hesitation, you were prepared to think of an alternative. But his conviction remains unyielding as he tightens his grip on his weapon. Don't worry about me. He could have killed anyone with a wave of his hand while we were trapped just now. This is our best option. I'll make it back in one piece, just trust me. Good luck. Let's get going, Commandant. Hold on. Percy. Yes? We'll handle the agent. Take care of the red tide for us. Roger, leave it to us. Oh, right, this is for you. What's this? It's a locator. Our Commandant left it for us. He used to use it to make assembling the team more convenient. Take it. That way I can find you. Understood. We'll make it back alive. Stay safe. He squeezes through the tunnel and returns to the greenhouse. There he approaches Ursi's frame and retrieves his name tag. Ursi, get you on home. With the name tag in hand, he stands up and quickly leaves the room with his teammate. Let's go then. The safety of our team is top priority. Roger. Following in the footsteps of Vonnegut, the team arrives at a somewhat spacious platform. Welcome. Everyone is probably worried about what my next step will be, right? To be honest, my purpose has been clear all along, and that's to advance the filtering. As such, I always welcome new blood. But even if I issue you an invitation now, there will only be one answer. I'd love to tell you all about our aspirations and ideals, so that you can understand the importance of Asnet and the filtering. But when you are in a group, it's easy to buy into the illusion that you have a fighting chance. No matter what I say at this moment, you won't listen, so... Vonnegut raises his index finger and thumb like a gun and takes aim at the group. Bang. As he makes that sound, rays of light almost invisible to the naked eye fire from behind the group. Commandant! Lucia senses a ray behind her but does not try to dodge it. Instead, she rushes towards you while blocking the attacks aimed at the others with her katana. You may have remained unscathed under Lucia's protection, but she is not fast enough to block the final strike. Lucia! She staggers back, clutching her wound. Red vital fluid leaks from her right shoulder. The wound is deep, although the internal structure is undamaged. She raises her head and looks around. Besides herself, everyone else has more or less taken some damage from this unexpected attack. Wanshi, I leave it to you. It's okay, I can still fight. Wanshi runs over to Lucy and begins tending to her wounds. Do you want to turn off the pain module? There's no need to risk mind deviation with only this level of pain. You can try all you want, but I still have lots of tricks up my sleeve. I can keep this up until you decide to obey me. Are you going back on your agreement with Chrome? No, but I only agreed not to kill you. I didn't promise anything else. Didn't the Commandant over there let 2 flies go as well? You mean Reyna and Percy? Vonnegut looks at you in silence, non-committedly. It doesn't matter. I have no use for the weak. I won't even waste my time on them. But as for you... Lucia turns back to look at you as if asking for her orders. However, facing this unknown threat, any hasty attempt to attack or retreat could spell danger. The agent before you obviously is no stranger to battle. Based on Kamui and Wansha's description, as well as the previous attack, they are powerless in defeating him for the time being. Suddenly, the sound of approaching footsteps comes from a shadowy corner. An unexpected figure appears in front of the team. Good. I don't have to waste my energy searching for you. Why are you here? The other party refrains from answering. Instead, they sheath their blade and walk up to Vonnegut. Oh, you want to protect them. He looks at the other party in front of him and smiles sardonically. Gabriel said you betrayed Asnat, but in my opinion, your intentions weren't in its best interest from the beginning. I won't ask you why you want to help this group of people you hate. I'm sure the answer is tedious, and you won't enlighten me anyway. Seeing as you're here, you can fall with them. It's Alpha. It was Alpha. The risk of memory contamination is high. I must ensure the safety of Kamui and Wansha. All communication to Kamui and Wansha of Strike Hawk have been disconnected. Commandant, I need your full support against the agents. Connection to the Great Raven Commandant have been disconnected. Oh boy. Hush now, little baby. Is it singing? Oh boy. I can't log on, why? Oh shit. This is my first time fighting this thing, so I don't know its movesets. Oh shit. Those 3 fighting the agent require Commandant's help more than I do. Ugh. Berry. Okay. Okay, that deals damage. Oh, I shouldn't have dodged that. Mother has suddenly stopped attacking. Don't hurt my mom. Is she really your mother? Yes, she has my mom's human data. Although the data are complete human data, I remember it's a tech in Golden Age. Yes, it's an AI generated from one's data. People use it to remember the dead. What's your purpose? Do you believe this will bring her back to life? Even if you made it, it is not your original mother. But that's enough. I've been looking for her. What you're looking for is just a collection of the concept of mother. But that's enough. Please don't take her away. I'm sorry. I also have a position that I must protect. Where? Oh shit. Dude, the camera, jeez.
月見つけましたよ。予
There we
想
go.
通りの攻撃ですね。落ち着いてこの一撃で勝利への道を切り開きます。
Oh shit. Okay.
月見つけましたよ。私の視界の外へ行かないでください。予想通りの攻撃ですね。私の視界の外へこの一撃で勝利への道を切り開きます。
Parrying in this game is so satisfying. Oh shit, that's so fast. Holy.
予備プランに 月見つけましたよ。
Okay.
私の視界のこの一撃で勝利への道を切り開きます。予想通りの攻撃、落ち着いて考えましょう。
Mother has let out a loud scream. Signs of deviation of mind need to return. Whew. Cool. Parries in this game are so satisfying to land. Is this the last node? Starry sky. Yep. Hidden story and interlude unlocked. An instructor once asked in class, "What is the most dangerous enemy?" Overwhelming power. Shrewd tactics? No, the answer is more simple. The most dangerous enemy is the unknown. When you don't know your enemy, regardless of how weak they may be, they can prove fatal to the entire team. Only when you know yourself and the enemy can you win every battle. If you want to evaluate the enemy's strength in combat, combat itself is not the only factor. First, you must consider the environment. If the enemy is familiar with their surroundings, they will have the upper hand. Second, how well does the enemy know you? If your opponent already knows your weaknesses and combat methods, you can't treat them according to your preliminary analysis. 3. What is their true objective? Aside from direct confrontation with the enemy, they also have strategic objectives. Ignore this point, and they'll lead you right into their trap. Don't say I didn't teach you anything. 4. What is the current state of you and your enemy? Aside from injuries and weaponry, what are their strengths and weaknesses? Can you use these to your advantage? All of these factors must be taken into account. There are still many other factors that influence your judgment. For example, as we all know, if you don't factor in the ballistic calculator, windage, and elevation when sniping, windage, and elevation when sniping, you will miss each and every shot. Exceptional and wise commandants have this intuition, allowing you to accurately assess the current state of the enemy. Prior to the Ascendants making their presence known to the public, many people thought that such measures would not need to be taken into consideration while facing the mindless corrupted. But after graduation, the more you participate in combat, the more you understand the instructor's teachings, especially against this unknown enemy. The battle, which is forced to take place, lasts 3 minutes. During this time, Vonnegut unleashes a never-ending barrage of unexpected attacks. Practically everyone has sustained injuries except her, who is familiar with Vonnegut. For some reason or another, the agent seems to have avoided fatally injuring the team. Like a cat toying with its prey, he takes joy in relentlessly striking them. But even Alpha is not able to really hit Vonnegut, and all her attacks bounce off of his defense barrier, one after another. His defense is such a pain. Be a man and stop turtling. Combat involves defense as well. What right do you have to taunt me if you aren't even skilled enough to get close? And why are you always protecting the commandant to the middle? He takes leisurely steps in that direction. So that's it. You're like a crystal pyramid. You unleash their strength, causing them to quickly fade. That's not what the commandant does. Say what you like, I'm growing bored of this. He puts his hands behind his back, and a sardonic smile appears on his lips. The captain who changed his frame hasn't returned yet. Could he have been eaten by the heterohive mother? I believe in him. Oh? Vonnegut raises his hand, condensing the punishing virus into a handful of fine photosand. But just as he's about to clench his fist, an earthquake-like roar could be heard in the distance. Arg. A ragged cry comes from the other side of the wall. Congrats! Looks like you put your faith in the right person after all. He slowly applauds them. I'll hold up my end of the bargain. You're free to leave. But there's something I have to do to erase any traces of vital information. Light turns into sand and pours out of his palm. As it lands on the ground, the punishing virus concentration in the area rises drastically. This place is about to collapse. Retreat! The team covers each other while making for the exit. Get Commandant out of here. Run to Lucia. A bond can be troublesome. A bond can be a troublesome thing sometimes, can it not? It seems that Vonnegut has already taken their various evacuation routes into consideration. He ensnares Lucia and others who try to protect you in a surge of punishing current. Right as the team is unable to continue onward, the ceiling begins to collapse. Even though you manage to avoid the first few fallen fragments, the successive collapses prove too much. A massive stone slab falls on your fragile human body. Even though vital parts like your neck are protected, you still hear a faint crack among your ribs. Commandant! Her worried cry is almost drowned out in the collapsing rubble and screams from her companions. The demolition here has not been complete. He keeps his promise and only unleashes the red current in his hands along the wall and ground. However, you struggle under the rubble like prey caught in a bear trap. His attacks are concentrating on the area around us. We can't go over, or they'll hit the Commandant. Divert the attacks. Good observation skills. But will that do you any good? You hear a deafening crackling from an explosion by your ears. A wall collapses onto you, causing your chest to crunch again from the impact. Urgh. Commandant! The almost hoarse cry and the severe pain in your chest penetrates into your nerves. Your broken ribs stab your lungs. You're hurt too, Lucia. Over here. The light from her and Lucia's blade hit the defense barrier. The thunderous rumble coursing through the wall shifts towards them. Interesting. How very interesting it is to see you struggle. If you want to save that Commandant, come at me, all of you. You just want us to stay and continue fighting. If you're worried about the collapsing arena, I don't mind moving our battle somewhere safe. Let's go. In the angry words of Kamui, their footsteps and the harsh sound of electricity fades into the distance. As the room gradually falls silent, you are left here alone. Blood pours into your trachea, choking you. Your brain fills with the fear of suffocation and drowning. Even as the deafening sound of battle fade into the distance, the shock waves cause the fractured walls of the waterway to continue to collapse. Right as you are about to drown in agony, the floor beneath you begins to crack. It's going to break. The cracks begin to expand, causing your body to have a sinking sensation. As if adding fuel to the fire, you hear the rushing sound of water beneath the collapsing floor. The red tide. In the darkness, a horrifying thought comes to mind. If you fall into the red tide, will you turn into one of its projections? Will you be like Silkworm's Commandant, misleading Ruolin down the wrong path? If Asimov was here, would he classify these thoughts as the reason for your mind beacon's corruption? No, now's not the time to think about this. However, no matter how hard you struggle, you cannot free yourself from the wreckage. Struggling will only cause you to suffer and suffocate in even more intense agony. Using your last ounce of strength, you free your hand grasping the locator. Percy. Whether it's from the damage sustained from the wreckage or the existence of the signal jammer, Percy's beacon on the locator stops nearby, accompanied by a loading prompt. So that's how it is. You use your only free hand to refresh the locator. Finally, you manage to trigger the alarm function. But right as the alarm sounds, the cracks widen and the floor begins to collapse. Usabeni! Chrome! A stone slab slides through the crack at the floor and splashes in the red tide below. However, your wrist is pulled to the edge. Looking up, you see the crumbling ceiling rain down like hail. But Chrome manages to shelter you from the rubble. Chrome. Sorry, I'm late. With his frame heavily damaged, Chrome struggles to pull you up. His frame trembles as if he has fully exerted himself. Even so, his grip strengthens as if constricting your wrist. Saying this now might not be, but I can't control. Chrome gasps for air. Aside from his vice grip, he seems to be struggling even to breathe. Like a rookie out of his depths, all he can do is try his best to control his syntax module and send out a call for help. But you do not need any further explanation to understand that Chrome's mind is beginning to deviate. Establish a memory link with me. Got it. Firmly holding Chrome's hand, you establish a memory link like when he was on the maintenance desk. Realizing that his mind is stable, he quickly hoists you up and you fall into his embrace. Pardon me, Commandant, but if I carry you on my back, it will just make your wounds even worse. Also, thanks, Usabeni. I should be thanking you, Chrome. You're welcome, Mr. Rat. I should be thanking you, Chrome. Don't worry about it. This isn't our first time working together, and certainly not the last. Of course. Percy and Reyna are about to detonate the poly furnaces. Hold on, we need to get out of here. Got it. Chrome nods, then races to the exit. While evacuating, you run into the team anxiously looking for you. Chrome hands you to Wanshi. With the help of your team, you safely evacuate the waterway. Suddenly, the underground labyrinth of secrecy erupts with a deafening roar. The remains of the red tide creatures are buried underground in an instant, forced to lay dormant among the wreckage. In the aftermath, the survivors exchange glances. Wanshi mends all your wounds, allowing everyone to regain basic mobility. This is just emergency treatment. You'll have to treat your more serious wounds back in Babylonia. Everyone's wounded to varying degrees from the battle. Fortunately, none of which are fatal. Mission complete. Let's head back. Where's Cerberus? They left before us. They should be in Babylonia by now. Camus! When did you get here? Just now. Ah, Captain! What is it? Still crying about losing a few fingers? No, it's not that. You gave me Urzi's name tag to hold on to as you were climbing out of the waterway, but... You lost it? We were evacuating. I think I lost it when that weird electric current cut off my fingers holding the name tag. I was so worried about evacuating, I didn't notice. Percy sighs and squeezes Reyna's shoulder helplessly. Even if you did notice, there wasn't anything you could do. Staying alive is more important. Well, Commandant, I managed to stay alive and complete the mission. But I'm really sorry that I didn't go back for you as soon as I could. There's nothing you could do. It's dangerous to stay here any longer. Now that you've recovered, let's get back ASAP. You're right, let's go. On the way to the transport craft, you look back to see Chrome looking at you. Was it a little too coincidental Chrome saved you right at the last second? Chrome, what is it? How'd you know I was there? The locator. He shows you the small locator in his hand. I wanted to regroup with everyone after the battle. That's when I ran into them. Chrome glances at Captain Percy, sees him give a thumbs up. Even though it malfunctioned, when I approached you, I could tell I was close by given the location of the collapse. That's when I heard the alarm. I wasn't being pursued by Vonnegut like everyone else, so I could act more freely. What about that agent? A strange lady appeared during the battle. Vonnegut stopped attacking as soon as he saw her. A strange lady? I don't know. We were all more concerned with finding you. As soon as he saw her, he immediately stopped attacking and retreated. Who could have distracted him? Was it the other agent that Gabriel had mentioned? Another agent? It's possible, but we don't know much about her. During the discussion, the team arrives at the transport craft. On the scorched land, they see a polished name tag engraved with Ursi's name. Ah! Ursi's name tag! What's it doing here? I'm getting a high reading of punching virus concentration from the name tag. Be careful. Percy puts on a pair of protective gloves, then clutches it tightly. Who brought it here? Could it be? Everyone looks around at their surroundings, but no one is there. Let's get out of here. Okay. So it was Alpha all along, huh? With the familiar rumbling of the engine filling the cabin again, the transport craft smoothly enters low Earth orbit. Once the dust and smoke from the explosion have settled, a tranquil silence returns to the area. The gale sweeps the shattered debris into its embrace and dances through the craters of the devastated land. The dust will one day heal the wounds of the Earth, and life will begin anew. But before they can witness it, they have no choice but to return to Eden, floating in the sea of stars. However, what was once a paradise is now a prison. Oof. Long read, holy. 4.5 hours. But that's all of normal mode done. My throat is starting to hurt. And because of that, I want to rest. So no interludes for today. So I'm going to have to re-edit the thing here. Let me do this. Okay. Let me re-edit the title of the stream. Let me see normal mode. Okay, normal mode is really short. So... okay. So then tomorrow... I'll stream this again tomorrow. And for tomorrow, I'll, what was it? I'll go through the hidden mode for chapter 14, as well as do the interludes. I still got Wanshi's interlude to do, and now I unlocked Chrome Glory's interlude. And that more than likely has a hidden node too. Let me see. Let me see. Dum, dum, dum. Yes. Or I did Wanshi's a long time ago, but I don't mind rereading it. I don't mind rereading Wanshi's interlude. Where's Chrome's? Where's Chrome Glory? Is it here somewhere? Oh, here it is, Glory. The chess player. Yeah, we'll go through those two. Okay. Long chapter, 4.5 hours, but it was good. I really enjoyed that. The boss fight with Mother, Hetero Hive Mother. Really cool boss. The parries in this game feels so goddamn satisfying to land. Super satisfying. We got to see Cinderelic and Vonnegut make their entry into the story now. I've known about Cinderelic because I played through a bit of the story from Cradle Parade. And Vonnegut, I've actually seen like images and I've heard of his name before of the guy. So I kind of like knew, like I knew the name and the appearance, but I didn't know his like, I don't know his entire story, but it was really cool seeing him in the story finally. I thought he would come up I thought he would show up later in the story, but that was cool. And Gabriel around here. I wonder why they kind of kind of made Alpha very vague when she showed up. It's really interesting. They made it seem like she's like a mysterious character that we just never encountered before. So I don't know. They even said Alpha in the frickin' text dialogue. But even Lucia wasn't really saying that it was Alpha either. So it was weird. So that's really, really weird to me. They said they had a high concentration of punching virus, so they're either like Lucia or Luna, but it's not them. It seems. I thought it was Selena, because Selena was the only other like character that had punching virus around in the area, but they mentioned white hair. The only other person I could think of, Heisma, and that's it. I don't know. I guess we'll find out eventually. But yeah. That'll be it for me for tonight. So, thank you for watching. Thank you for chilling with me. I really do appreciate it. I hope you have a great rest of your day or night, wherever you are in the world. Take care, stay safe, drink plenty of water, and I hope you enjoyed the stream. And my reading, of course. Me reading. I'm sure me doing these character voices might be a bit like cringe to hear and stuff. But I figured, hey, why not try and make it a bit more entertaining when I narrate, hey? Even though it's at the cost of my own voice. I'll stream PGR again tomorrow. I'll do the hidden section here, and then I'll do interludes. So it's most likely going to be a shorter than usual stream then. But we'll see. And again, for interludes, I don't mind rereading through Wanshi's interlude. To be fair though, a lot of these other ones, I don't remember their interludes. So like, at some point, I might want to reread those as well, but during my own time. But yeah, we'll go through chapter 14, Hidden, where we'll reread Wanshi's interlude here. Reread it. And then we'll go through Chrome Glory. And then, after that, we'll also go through each of the hidden nodes that I did unlock the other day. I haven't done them yet, but I'm curious what these are. So that's the plan for tomorrow. So again, thank you for watching. And again, I hope you enjoyed the stream. Alright, see you tomorrow for some more PGR. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Bye-bye, bye-bye, bye-bye.